Hey, what's up? How are we, people? There's literally no one watching. What's up? How are we, people? All right, test, test. Hello. How's the audio? It's probably a little loud. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna start now. What's up, people? How are we, boys? Let me know if you can hear me. All right. Starting the live stream a little late, but I'm starting it regardless. As always, I'm gonna start drawing some boxes because it's a good warm up. Hello, Gubert. Wow, there are a lot of people here. Can I be practicing my lines a little here? When I said practicing my lines, ironically, I mean trying to not give a fuck about them. I mean trying to make them ugly and be fine with it. I think I should draw a little faster. There's a perfect rhythm that just puts you into this I don't give a fuck flow state with your lines where you are overthinking the least. What am I gonna draw today? Probably gonna practice anatomy again. I will eventually just. I think I will do. Like for each live stream, I'm gonna be doing one thing. I'm gonna be doing studies of something specific. Like today, I'm gonna study motorcycles. Tomorrow, I'm gonna study how to draw horses. Then I'm gonna study. The next day, I'm gonna study anatomy. The next day, I'm gonna study how to draw faces. Mm, going to take the time for going to take time for thinking everything properly. Before drawing anything, I'm just gonna take my time to actually try to visualize it. I know I always do the same thing, but I never end up doing it that well. I end up visualizing it for a few seconds, and even that is still better than not visualizing it at all. But you should take your time to visualize something, and then for keeping making an effort to keep that reference in your mind, so always you always have it there. Trying to think of something I've seen in the past. As a self-taught artist, do you use art books or YouTube? I used YouTube. I've never used any art books or went into any art books, but YouTube, YouTube can also only help you so much if you don't know how to. If you consume art slop, there is a lot of art slop content on YouTube, so it is important to filter out the good content. Yeah, personally, I don't think there are too many good art YouTube videos. At least for my personal goals, I don't think there are too many. And I don't want to sound like an arrogant piece of shit or anything, but a lot of what I've learned is just figuring it out, making a lot of mistakes. But I had to figure out a lot of things by myself on my own. Mm. Yeah, I think the goal with how fast you draw. Let me see if there's something because I'm feeling the pen a little weird. Actually, let me change. Let me switch the pen. All right. I think the ideal kind of speed for you to draw is is ideally to draw in a speed like fast enough that you're not overthinking every line, but not so fast that you're not able to make the right brushstrokes, I guess. That you mess up the perspective extremely badly, but you should be able to draw fast enough. Okay, this is the time where I unplug my keyboard so I don't control C. I've been messing with a lot of settings here, and I don't know why, but the tablet seems a little more weird to use. I don't know exactly why, but it's something about I think the pen pressure or something that it just feels a little extra annoying or slow. Let me see if I can actually fix it. Okay, I think it's a little faster now. Yeah, that should do it. Just messing around with some options, some settings. Because since I had to reinstall Windows because my computer was running so slow and I have a bunch of software issues. You're probably gonna see, you're going to hear a lot of fireworks in the background. Hopefully, it's not super annoying. Jesus Christ. Hopefully, I find the right configuration for everything, so I don't have to worry about anything else in the future. I don't have to worry about the fucking neighbors playing music or my tablet not working properly. Those things are annoying. To trying to take care of anything of everything when you're focusing on this. I'm also gonna try. I'm gonna practice drawing faces today. I think I made this way too big, a little bit unproportionate. I'm using a thinner brush right now than usual. I don't know if this is going to be a good or a bad thing. I mean, you can make it fairly thick, but I mean, what I want is to be able to make really thin details, like this, very thin lines, and also kind of like relatively thick details too, or not details, but thick and strong brush strokes, almost like some sort of pen or brush pen, like a marker. You guys can also type something on the chat, so I don't have to sit here in silence. You guys are letting me down. This is the only reason why I'm live streaming and not drawing alone, and you guys are disappointing. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, guys. I love you. Shout out to the 5 people who are watching this. Sorry, 3 people. You know what? I'm drawing a lot more lately, as you guys may have seen. I'm drawing even yesterday, although I didn't do any live stream. I still drew a lot, and the thing is, people say, "Oh, you're gonna get burnout." Shut up. No, the issue is not even getting burnout. I personally don't get burnout. That's the least of my concerns. I get tired of drawing, and I'm like, I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't want to draw anymore because I'm already, I don't feel like I have to draw anymore. I don't like the itch has been scratched, but forcing myself is not gonna. I don't think it's a bad thing again. It's just like pushing yourself a little bit. People probably sleeping. Yeah, to be fair, it's like it is Christmas Eve, so I was assuming there wasn't gonna be many people watching this anyway, but I'm still recording quite like relatively late on the day because I was recording at 3 a.m. and now I started live streaming at 5 instead because I I felt like sleeping a little longer. Otherwise, I don't want to take another nap again midstream like on the last one. So I ended up sleeping a little bit more. However, however, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Yeah. Do you know how long you plan to draw 12 hours a day, like a time span? That is an amazing question, and I haven't been able to find an answer to it. I don't know, really. I want to do it. I know it's not very sustainable in the long run, but at least for a season, this is how I see it. At least I see this type of at least this little challenge that I'm doing as part of my drawing season. Because even though this year has been like, okay, I'm disciplined, I'm fully working on my discipline for drawing and drawing every day and this type of thing. I feel like I want to have like a drawing season where I'm even more focused. I'm laser focused on drawing and nothing else. And then later I can have another season where I'm focused on I don't know, maybe recording only YouTube videos and not drawing for so long. Well, I'm already kind of doing it. maybe focusing on other areas of life like social life a little more, or maybe if I don't know, I want to travel eventually. Who knows what I'm gonna be doing? Honestly, I don't know. But if I can make this a consistent thing, at least I would be happy. Even if I'm more busy, and even if it's not sustainable, even if I get burnout, whatever downsides people kind of worry about, may worry about that this can harm, do some harm in my life. I think I'm even happier like this than if I was not living to my potential. So yeah, sorry I answered your questions in like I took 5 minutes to answer your question. It's probably just like a season of life. I'm probably gonna quit this in a few months, or probably do it for a few months and then draw for like 6 hours a day. I think 6 hours a day is still a lot, and if you draw for 6 hours straight without being too distracted, that is also like fairly high amount of time, and it's more reasonable than 12 hours a day. But the way that I'm seeing it is as kind of like a full-time job. I'm gonna try to draw faces. Well, but I want to go pro. Absolutely. I want to. I want to be great at this. Like, I want people to see me drawing and be surprised. Not only because of how good I was able to become, but because of how much time I was able to, how many hours I was able to put into this, and how much committed to this I am. So yeah, I want to be the best artist, and I'm not gonna be able to achieve that by not doing it, not doing anything else, doing anything else. Wasting time on like the pointless task. Because that's the thing. Even if I didn't have this goal, even if I was like, okay, before even doing the live streams, I was thinking to myself, the main thing that I do anyway is drawing. And if I'm not drawing, I don't know, I'm at the gym, or I'm outside. Like I literally spend most of the day in like inside of my home, in my room. And again, I go out to like buy some food. I do like 20-30 minute walk every day, so I get some sunlight, I get some exercise, I talk to people. But even if I didn't have this goal, that's what I would still do anyways. I don't have another hobby, or I don't have anything else that I'm sacrificing in terms of time. The only thing that I'm sacrificing that is time consuming is social media. And I prefer spending my time drawing than spending my time on social media, because I don't have anything else to do. But I don't cope. I'm not going to play video games for half of the day because I don't want to get burnout. I literally don't have anything to do, anything else to do. That's the point. Or well, of course, like there are some healthy things, like I read books every now and then, and I go for a longer while. I hang out with friends. This is why I want to take the weekends off. Do you know what my trick to draw hair is? Do you guys want to know? I was always struggling with hair, and I was thinking, how the fuck do you draw hair? It's like a such a complex thing. It's almost like drawing like folds. Sketching practice right now too. Great. So happy to see that. I don't know if I'm gonna stick to like the same schedule every day. I'll try my best. I'll try my best to record at 3 a.m. every day so people have like a consistent schedule. So whenever people watch me do live streams, they can draw alongside me and everything. Hair is such a challenge for me. The trick for drawing hair in any angle, in any perspective, and not it like looking weird or looking out of place, is to see hair as like a separate entity with its own volume, as a separate 3D object. So this is going to be to sound a little bit autistic, but I was doing like hair studies of literal like Fortnite skins. I know this sounds too silly, but it is a little bit obvious. Like you have to visualize hair just being a 3D object. Imagine hair instead of being made out of like hair and loose hair and this soft texture. Imagine hair being made out of plastic. Imagine just hair being like some like plastic wig or something. And when you start to visualize it like this, like a solid structure, you can visualize the form better, like wrapping around the, the head. Imagine imagine it kind of like a helmet instead of hair. I use anime figures or visualization sometimes. Yeah, yeah. My first thought yesterday when I was figuring this out was Princess Peach. When I looked at her hair, it's like very plasticky. It kind of feels like a solid thing, like a plastic thing. And that's just how it works. You should be kind of able even to like detach the hair from the head. Almost feel like you can detach it, like a wig, basically. Don't try to make it so integrated or blended with the head. I mean, it's more of a mindset thing. It's always for when you're drawing men. It's more important to draw the hairline. It's more important to draw the hairline, and then it's like you can add volume to the. Again, I messed up the hairline here. We can see it's the same thing for drawing women. you're drawing long hair. And then it's like, okay, just memorize a bunch of hairstyles. Just memorize a bunch of hairstyles from this point, and you can draw. You can draw hair. The reason why I was studying from Fortnite skins is because I find more challenging to study from real life haircuts sometimes because the hair tends to be more flat. Mm, 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 mm. Your lines are pretty. Yeah, this has been. I practiced for this. You know why they're pretty? Because they're ugly. They're pretty because I've made a conscious effort to not really care too much about the. That's what happens when you stop overthinking your lines really and you just draw and not control C too much. Mm, thoughts about realism or semi-realism? I Well, it depends on what you mean. You can have like most of my paintings basically I would say they fit somewhere in like the semi-realism category. And it's kind of weird because you can do something very stylized in both drawing and painting. You can have a very stylized painting, but you can have just the right amount of fundamentals that are so spot on that it makes the whole thing look kind of realistic but at the same time stylized. So I don't know if you could call that semi-realism. So let me explain myself. When it comes to painting, this is what I think, what I've experienced because I've done a lot of painting, of course. When your values are accurate, you can even aim for a very impressionistic style that is low, relatively low on detail, which you may associate low detail with low levels of realism, but in reality, the values are what's going is the values are what's going to make the whole thing look realistic, having accurate values. Now, for me, that looks really cool because I don't like hyper realism personally. I don't like the combination of accurate values and a lot of detail. I prefer something like, okay, you have a piece with very accurate values, but very low on detail. Let me see if I can show you one of my paintings. And it's the same thing for drawing, I think. It kind of depends on where do you think like a drawing falls into the category of realism, a drawing. Because is this uh, like body realistic, for example? How is it realistic? Because the perspective is realistic, and I believe the perspective is such a fundamental thing, like just like value. So as long as you get that to look right, and also the anatomy, it's going to look realistic. But you can do it in a way that's kind of stylized. So here I have a bunch of like the latest paintings that I've done have been like pushing this to the limit, like this contrast. This is a painting I've done. I did a few months ago, like a month ago, 2 months ago. Yeah, this painting here. Ooh, what happened? This painting here. Uh, I actually made this in Microsoft Paint, and this painting, as you can see, is I didn't envision this painting with this amount of detail. I actually had to leave the painting in this stage because I got frustrated the more I tried to render it because I wasn't feeling in the right mindset, I guess. Do you have any finished paintings? Mm, I mean, technically, yes. You know, I would I don't say if I wouldn't call this finished, but I wouldn't render it any longer. So for me, it is kind of finished. But if you mean more like a more rendered and detail painting, yeah, kind of. Let me see if I can find you one. I mean, again, it just depends on what you mean by detail or render or realistic or finished. Like for me, this is a finished, rendered, fairly rendered painting here. This one. So it's like, okay, you got a lot of detail going on, but it's not hyper realistic. It is realistic because the values are realistic. But from that point, can you have a painting like this and say it's realistic just because of the values? Like, can you see like the contrast here, like the difference in between low poly, almost like 100 144p, and more of a finished piece. That reminds me of Andrew Kahneman. Yes, you're right. I was very inspired by him. I love his work. Looks like Disco Elysium sprite. I don't know why everyone tells me that. Like every single time people tell me my art looks from like albeit in like Life is Strange or something. I don't fully agree with that. I don't really see it that much. Let's see what other paintings I have that are kind of finished. Ooh, this one is. I remember I spent a whole lot of time rendering this one. I still have a bit of trauma for how long I spent on this. Oh, this looks terrible. The colors look bad. Jesus. Yeah, thank you. Well, the color profile on this looks kind of terrible, so the colors look very desaturated, but you can see the you can see how much detail this has in comparison even to like this too. It's like 4K. If you zoom in the legs, for example, like yeah, you have a lot of form going on. It looks kind of good. Big buff oiled up man. Yes, that was actually. I don't remember who that was. I think that was Tom Platz. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Tom Platz. But yeah, you can say I don't usually render my paintings too much, just the right amount. So even though they're realistic, in like for me, again, it's just semantics because you can say you can have hyper realistic values, but you can have so little detail in your painting that it wouldn't make too much sense to call it hyper realism. And I'm wondering the same thing with drawing. How often you make a finished painting? Every 2 years, probably. I haven't been painting a lot lately. Actually, I haven't been painting a lot. I have been painting very little. I also liked this one. I also did this one in Microsoft Paint. This one here. Well, this took me. I don't remember. It usually takes me from 1 hour to 2 hours for this type of. For like, imagine this level of rendering. It might have taken me a little longer because I was literally rendering in Paint, so it took me forever to get smoother transitions. But you can still see I went too lazy with like the facial features and everything. But what would this like in what category would this fit better? Like realism, hyperrealism, semi-realism? This isn't really hyperrealism. Yeah, even if you compare it to this one, like both were made in the same in paint, and you can see the contrast. Yeah, I like it very much. I think this is my favorite, or one of my favorite paintings that I did in Microsoft Paint. It has just the right, the blending looks really nice. I don't think I was able to come up with such a good rendering after this. But yeah, right now I'm more focused on drawing, so I'm not doing a lot of painting anymore. I always mess up the rib cage when I start the when I start the portrait. When I start to draw a body with like starting from the rib cage, I always mess up the width, and I have to adjust it. Please. Mm. I never know what to do with the legs. Let me think. Oh no. What do you mean? You're not gonna let me use the blending tool? Dang it. ever considered drawing hard surface objects like mechanical stuff, vehicles? Yeah, I like drawing that. I like drawing that, but I have been focusing just more on actual human anatomy because that is just, in my opinion, more challenging. So I'm focusing more on that. Oh my god. I seriously can't draw legs. I don't like this. How about circus performers for post reference? I think I can picture that in my mind. Let me look it up. Circus. Yeah, these are interesting poses. Very dynamic. Mm, I looked at it for like 5 seconds. Let me see if I can. If I can draw the pose. Mm, there's something off with the. I think there's something off with my tablet. I don't know why. kind of want to increase the sensitivity a little bit. Just feels like it's going too slow. Let me try this. Yeah, I tried drawing for. I tried drawing yesterday. Yesterday I didn't live stream because it was already too late. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna still practice drawing. I'm just not gonna live stream it because I'm going to be recording another video and everything. And I realized how much I get distracted. It is so ridiculous. I know this is probably like some internal bullshit, like me not being present or not meditating enough, but it is crazy how much distracted I get on like watching a random YouTube video or like just ADHD random like symptoms. It's really annoying. Hello, Slup. What's up? Mm, Yeah, I would always like my mindset will always. I would always just think that social media, which isn't completely false, by the way, that social media addiction and video game addiction and whatever addiction, but social media addiction as well was just like a symptom of very poor mental health or loneliness. And it was like, instead of trying to quit social media by trying to quit it, focus on improving the aspects of your life that you are currently neglecting, like your social life, living in isolation, because a lot of people, if not most people, live like this. Unfortunately, even if they go outside, they don't live connected with the rest of the world. Although I think social media is inherently addictive in like I had to download Instagram. Bro, every single time I download Instagram and I have reels. I remember like a few days ago I downloaded Instagram on my iPad, and at this point I haven't I don't I can't talk. It has been a while since I watched any sort of short reels, short format content, because I made sure to delete all of it so I don't get consumed. I don't feel like I'm losing my soul whenever I'm scrolling. And so I ended up downloaded Instagram in my iPad because I needed to do something there. I needed to change like a setting or see some like a DM or something, and I ended up getting like very hooked to the app, to the scrolling thing, because of the like how your dopamine works, of because of the rat and the lever and the dopamine thing, where you get a little bit of like dopamine, but not all the time, not every time you scroll, but like every five scrolls you get like the video that is like just funny enough. That fucks you up. Yeah, you can train yourself to start enjoying doing the hard things instead of the cheap stimulation. And this is what a lot of people fail to realize, that the important thing about art and about being consistent is not about the art itself. It's not about the being consistent on the habit itself, but it's about quitting the other habits as well and improving, like kind of like conditioning your brain to start enjoying hard things or boring things. Yeah, more like enjoying it, training your brain to enjoying doing the boring stuff, the stuff that would usually take discipline. Yeah, the rats became addicted when they're isolated. Yeah, I can 100% see how that works. Personally, when I don't understand. This is something I genuinely don't understand why people do it. When I go outside and people scroll on their phones when they're in public, that is another level of brain dead. Seriously, when people are on the bus, when people are like waiting in line somewhere, or they are just outside and they're scrolling, they're doing some like bullshit on their phones, and they're also doing it like out loud, so you can actually hear the fucking video. Jesus Christ, I could never do that. I used to go outside, like I would still do it, but since I'm doing the 12-hour thing, I'm not doing it anymore. But I used to go outside to like the mall and bring my tablet so I draw outside, because I know I'm less likely to. Well, I'm just not going to scroll or do some stupid shit. If I'm outside, I am. I don't have anything else to do aside from drawing. So it's like I'm just drawing there. I don't have my phone. I don't have video games. And even if I had, look, even if I had TikTok or Instagram, I'm not at the level of brain damage where I'm going to scroll in public. I don't understand why people do that, and how they don't feel like ashamed or anything. I would feel like dirty if I did that. Jesus. Like, is it real life not stimulating enough that you have to fucking. And you can tell when someone is not even present. Like, this fucks up your brain at the degree of that. Like, when you're talking to someone, the type of person they are. You know if they're not being present, if they are um, like, you can just see like their mind is somewhere else. This is what this social media does to you, does to your brain. Jesus Christ, why can't I drop the fucking food? Trying to draw like organic or realistic looking hands or feet on the mannequin is like feels weird. Doesn't never feels natural. Yeah, being present is like this is the type of again the type of training that you can just go for start to enjoying life because this is not about enjoying drawing anymore. This is about enjoying life in general, so you don't feel depressed. Because if real life is so boring to you that you can't sit still in public and be present, then you have to do something about it. For me personally, when I'm at the bus, what like once a week, I take like a an hour long trip to my friend's house on bus. So we hang out a little and everything, and that is that is almost the highlight of my day. I like being on a bus. It's like very stimulating. Of course, I don't use my phone. I don't even have anything on my phone. My phone is literally a brick. I don't have anything. The most fun activity you can do on my phone is scrolling on the photos. Sometimes you gotta sit alone in your room doing nothing. There is a quote. I don't know. I don't remember who said it, but it went something like, uh, "Most of the problems of the modern men comes from not being able to sit in a room in silence for an hour, something like that." This also works as some sort of meditation for me because I'm here, I'm present, I'm literally this is the only thing I'm doing. I'm not here behind the screen scrolling on my phone or doing some any other random thing. I'm just literally staring at my screen, staring at the chat, and that's all I'm doing for 12 hours. I'm not even listening to music. I had the like I'm always listening to music, and when you listen to music all the time, well, all the time that I'm drawing, I stopped listening to music at the gym because I was like, okay, this is probably not the best habit. I want to be able to talk to people, and if I'm listening to music, I'm like, oh, I'm locked in. I'm not in a social flow state. And it's the same thing here. Like, I don't think it would be better if I'm listening to music. Like, probably after the eighth or ninth hour, I put like some music and stuff, but stop playing some music. But I don't think it's like the best habit to always have some like stimulating like cyber shit going on. I also want to ask, are you a professional or you're really passionate about art? I mean, can't you be both? It depends on what you mean by being a professional. Like, by being a professional, do you mean that um, companies call me requesting that I do some artwork for them, or that I make money out of this, or that I dedicate to this full time? Because I draw for like probably most time than a professional does. So than most professionals. So it's like depends on what your definition of it is. Yeah, thank you. No, I'm actually I dropped out of high school when I was 12, so I don't even have like a high school degree. I'm not even a high school graduate. Uh, yeah, I'm pretty much doing this for a living. It's not the best right now, but this is why I'm grinding so much because I want to make it something sustainable and something that allows me to afford like a good life. So this is why I'm posting so much content. So I'm not only an artist, but I'm also a content creator. Um, I draw for myself. Actually, I think I draw for myself too much. Well, by this I just mean that I was a little. I didn't really want to show my drawings to people. I was like, yeah, I would like to keep this to myself. My drawings, my paintings. I can show you my paintings, but my drawings, I felt like this was such a personal journey that I decided to take it to my keep it to myself. So if nobody was watching, I would still do it anyways. Hello, Percy. What's up? Can you guys hear the music that's playing in the background? And can you guys hear me all right? Last time someone told me that uh, my microphone was too low. Cool. Yeah, great. Because I can, and it's annoying me a little bit. It's not even mine. It's from my neighbors, which is fucked up because my neighbors are not like I live in I live in a nice building here in my town, and the surrounding area is a shithole. Everyone is just like fucking degenerate and playing loud music all day and drinking alcohol. So you have noise 24/7. Especially now that we're in holidays and people have more of an excuse to be degenerates. And since I have panoramic windows, like is my room and my entire like the entire fucking building is not very soundproof, so I can hear everything that's coming not from the other apartments that are next to me, but from 1 kilometer um from my building. I can still hear the fucking loud music. Hi, Chichi. So yeah, before doing the live streams, I was very insecure about even like showing my drawings to other people. But it's like, man, if you want to get serious on this, you want to get, you gotta get over yourself. So I had to suck it up. I was like, okay, I'm afraid what people are gonna think of me. Fuck it, I'm doing anyways. I'm doing it anyways. People are going to say some bullshit regardless, and this is the price that you pay for dedicating yourself, your life to this. Did you ever struggle with feeling paralyzed from drawing because of fear of mistakes? Uh, I mean, not paralyzed, but I still went for it anyways. You get over the fear of making mistakes by just drawing a lot. By drawing a lot and not overthinking too much what you're doing. It's like this is why it's so important to start drawing with boxes because drawing the boxes will tell you a lot about where you're currently at in terms of a lot of things. So, for example, you draw a box. This is gonna tell you a lot about your mindset when it comes to drawing. The first thing, and I encourage you if you're struggling with this, I encourage you to try this. First, I encourage you to draw a lot of boxes, and I encourage you to ask yourself these questions: How much do I care about this box? Like, how much do I care about trying to make it pretty? For example, am I overthinking too much? Am I control seeing a lot? Wait, let me do it. Because most people when they're gonna draw a box, they do this. It's like, bro, it is a box. You don't have to overthink it. You don't have to overthink it. You start control seeing. Oh, okay, okay, okay. This is the line that I want, and then you go like this. No, 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 no. Just draw the damn box. It doesn't have to be perfect. And the mentality that you have with boxes is the same that you're gonna have with the rest of your drawings. So if you're struggling to draw a box, you're going to struggle to draw everything else. In terms of that, it's going to feel intimidating, or you're going to feel paralyzed by the fear, like you're telling me. But it's because you care too much, and also you get less. You stop getting paralyzed when you like. Let's say you're going to draw something. You're going to draw a motorcycle engine. It's going to feel intimidating to draw a motorcycle engine if you've never drawn a motorcycle engine before, right? Or if you don't know what a motorcycle engine looks like. Now, imagine you spend an entire week understanding how a motorcycle engine works and what it looks like. You're going to feel more confident to draw it because you know what the object looks like. So it's like, you're not going to fuck up as badly. You're somewhat knowing what And the more you draw it, the less fear of fucking up you're gonna have. I used to down all my social media because I got paranoid. I mean, I don't think that's the best thing to do, honestly. I think if you're an artist, you should share your work. People should be able to see that. Because I delayed making an Instagram account for a long time. Yeah. It is pretty much what I'm doing here. I'm just treating this like a yeah, it's like a sketchbook. Like if nobody watches me, I really don't give a fuck. I'm doing this. I'm doing it anyways. I'm not trying to be an influencer and doing this for views. This is just a personal thing that I'm sharing. Although I'm the actual videos that I'm doing because I'm also I'm also doing some actual videos and tutorials for people because I would like people to watch those. So yesterday I uploaded a YouTube video. That's weird. Yesterday I uploaded a YouTube video and it got very little views. A while ago I changed the title and it got like I posted the video before going to sleep, which yeah I didn't sleep too much last night. But I think it's a very valuable video. I genuinely think it's a very nice, valuable video. But I would like people to see those videos. Otherwise, why the fuck am I doing those videos? Like, who am I doing them for if nobody's gonna watch them? Good day, mate. What's up? What's up, Danny? June. Yeah, at least the video is doing better now. Like, at first I was like, holy shit, nobody's watching this video. This video that I put so much love into, nobody's watching it. And then um, I kind of changed the title a little bit. nothing too relevant, but I was like, okay, it's doing better now. Like, it's not that I care about the views though. I don't care. I started to understand that my job is not to make popular content. As much as I wish that a lot of people watch my videos, my goal is not to make content that, you know, becomes viral. Because the content that becomes viral, say the art content that becomes viral or and popular, it's pretty garbage. It's like stupid art challenges and art tutorials, Mr. Beast editing, and all of this bullshit that, you know, people watch because they're procrastinating. But if someone wants to watch some actual education, you know, I understand like a 40-minute long video without any editing of me teaching you stuff is not going to be um, super fun. But the people who want to learn are going to watch those videos, even if it's just 1,000 people or 2,000 people or 500 people. So I had to learn to be fine with that and to understand that I can't appeal to everyone. I'm trying to make more specific type of videos. You know, I'm not gonna make videos like how to be good at drawing or uh you know, the type of videos that are kind of vague, that you sense are trying to appeal to everyone, so it's the advice is very general. And the more general that the video is, the advice is, you start to feel that it's just more pointless, and you start to sense that it was just made for views, that it was just made for getting views and for like, yep, this video is gonna go viral because I'm saying some chat GPT shit. Let's see what like general advice I could give you on drawing. uh Make sure you study anatomy. Make sure um I don't know, honestly, I haven't watched any art like YouTube videos in so long that I don't. The best way to make it in art YouTube is by talking about drama. Yeah, that's the other thing. You see artists like you know, I don't want to shit on those artists because they're pretty good. Like you got like artists like Sam does art, like he does really good content, but I don't like his type of like the type of the way he does it, because you can sense when an art channel is more inclined towards like entertainment than education. And yes, I'm trying to niche down my audience even more. So like the type of people who are nice, like the type of people who are fine drawing 12 hours a day and grinding hard, who actually are very passionate about this and who are learning these specific things like perspective and drawing from imagination. So it's not the same thing telling you to draw anatomy. You gotta practice anatomy, bro. And if I tell you, if I explain to you how to study anatomy for the sake of drawing it from imagination and stop and no longer having to copy other people's art and not really knowing what you're doing, and even though you're studying anatomy, you're still not learning anything. And yeah, it's very specific. It's a very specific problem because this is what happened to me, so I'm naturally speaking about this. Okay, there's a loud motorcycle outside. No offense, but your name makes me think of Luigi dressed as Darth Vader. That's my name, bro. Yeah. You see me being a little aggressive sometimes, being a little blunt with the advice that I give. It's like I'm telling this to myself mostly. The advice that I'm giving is to just for me is like some way of accountability and just coaching myself because in the end I'm the one who needs this advice the most, or my younger self who was trying to learn art. And yeah, of course, this is a better way of building a YouTube channel, but it is imperative that you are not going to you have to know you're not going to become viral or anything. Your videos are not going to become Mr. Beast popular because you're filtering your audience a lot more, and it's just quality over quantity, basically. And I'm still learning to play the YouTube game. Like I have been doing this for not so long ago, really. It's like the Fortnite streamers. I have been doing this for not so long ago. Not even a year ago. I created a YouTube channel, and I'm still learning how to build and grow the audience and like cultivate this thing because I fell for the clickbait shit as well. I was like, uh, top ways to improve so fast that it feels illegal. Now I cringe every time I see my videos with like those shitty clickbait titles, and when I see other people doing those, because it's so ugh, so yucky. I mean, to be fair, my at least my the videos that I made had some actual value, even though they were kind of clickbaity. I thought that was like the meta, but there were some fairly okay videos. I don't hate the videos themselves. Yeah, bro, it's like the fucking videos who tell you some blatant who do some like blatant claim like how to draw anything right now from imagination in 3 hours, how to be a pro now, how to improve instantly, and the advice they give is like very shallow. Look, at least if I tell you how to do X, if I made like a huge claim, I'm doing my best to try to back it up. But most people, most YouTubers tell you stuff like how to draw literally anything, how to do this, how to do that, how to refocus your brain to whatever. It's never substantial advice. It's never something that you're able to quantify, and that is why I no longer watch any YouTube videos and any this is why I no longer watch any art YouTubers, and the few art YouTubers that I watch no longer fucking post anymore. So it sucks. Yeah, I like watching this type of videos, long unedited videos of just people giving advice. Jesus. Yeah, people don't mm, people will always lack something. People will lack either giving good advice or giving a good explanation or doing like authentic type of content, because you can probably find some speed painting of someone or of some good artist, right? You can probably find a speed painting or speed drawing, but it is weird to find someone who's actually giving genuinely good advice and who's actually being genuine and is not trying to pretend to put on like the mask, right, in front of the camera. I'm yet to find someone like that. Well, there are a few people like that, I'm gonna be honest, but the few people who I've seen who doesn't do it in like that way are not giving good advice a lot of the time. Like it's nice to consume for like entertainment sometimes, or to have at least the glimpse of hope that you're going to learn anything, but you end up getting disappointed. I don't get people who pay for Netflix or any streaming service to play it in the background while scrolling. I mean, I find that to be repulsive, but at the same time, I understand it. I understand people are just lonely. People need help. People do some like very fucked up shit because of poor mental health. And I think if you have the resources to help people and you can actually help the people, well, you should do it. But yeah, it all comes down to having shit mental health. Not everyone can be helped though. No, I usually draw. I usually always play music when I'm drawing, but I'm not doing that right now. Well, even if I did, you wouldn't be able to hear it. But again, I'm trying to detox from even listening to music too often. Mm, What do you What do you truly want to be in the future? An expert illustrator, concept artist? Honestly, I don't care. I just want to draw. I just want to draw stuff and make money out of it. I particularly don't want to draw for other people. That's my only condition, right? I don't want to draw for other people. I don't like it. I just want to get rich from drawing. That would be cool. I wanna just draw whatever the fuck bro. I think that's the best possible outcome. You draw whatever you want. People like what you're drawing. People pay you for learning how to draw like you're drawing whatever your what your like drawing is, and you make money out of it. I think that's the absolutely greatest goal as an artist. And I want to use okay, I'm making YouTube tutorials. Like if I had all the money in the world, I would still make YouTube videos. I wouldn't probably like I would still do probably exactly what I'm doing right now. I would do daily live streams, 12-hour live streams. Let's say right now I'm rich, I have all the money in the world. I will still be doing live streams, and I would still be posting like presentations and long format YouTube content. Probably not as often as I plan on doing right now, but because it is a little time consuming. But I would still do it. You don't have a goal. Well, yeah, my goal is to have fun, improve as an artist, memorize the world, get like disgustingly good at drawing, and also make a living out of it. If you mean my financial goal or my professional goal, it's just YouTube. Like I think people underestimate how much money you can make out of YouTube. I wish I didn't have to worry about money really, but yeah, not only the scammers and the like, I feel that just is like slave work, fucking working for other people like that, and it's like, okay, I don't really want to do this, but you're gonna pay me, so I'll do it. For me, that's prostitution. Like it sounds like, no offense to the people who do that and who enjoy doing that, but this is just what I think about it. I don't like it. I feel so much resistant when it comes to drawing for other people, and it's like, oh, I wanna do this. I wanna draw this down, but I have to draw for these people, and I have to meet a deadline. And you can only make so much money out of that, though, unless you charge, I don't know, $1,000 for like a piece, and even still is just way soul consuming. I wouldn't like it. Yeah, because look, there are people who are willing to pay $1,000 for a drawing or for a painting, but there are also people who are willing to pay $1,000 for learning how to draw, for education. What person do you want to be? Like what person do you want to uh what person do you want that's gonna buy from you? Yeah, animators. I think people should realize how much, how much freedom you have just by doing your own stuff, just by educating people, and how much more fulfilling that is, and how much um, good you're doing to humanity, to society. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't imagine being an animator. I mean, I guess, all right, you get burnout, but because you're drawing for other people, imagine that's the easiest way to lose your passion. Not by drawing the stuff that you like drawing whenever you want it, but by drawing for other people stuff that you probably don't want to draw, or that is a little, you know. But I want to be an animator. I mean, you have to listen to what you want, right? You gotta listen to your heart, but at the same time, you have to do it in an educated way. So, for example, if you want to be an animator, you have to be honest with yourself. So, ask yourself, okay, I want to be an animator. Would I enjoy it more? Would I enjoy more being an animator all by myself and doing animations and posting them on YouTube and teaching people how to do animations and be so good at animations that I'm like the most recognized like YouTuber and people who like the guy who people trust the most. Would you prefer that, or would you prefer working at some like animation studio, having to do stuff that it's like will get you very exhausted, for example, or going to university to study animation or some random career? You just have to you have to be honest with yourself with the stuff you want in life. The thing is, of course, YouTube is harder because nobody tells you how to start a YouTube channel. Nobody expects you to start a YouTube channel. So it's like people expect you to get a job, but they don't expect you to get a YouTube channel. Nobody's gonna tell you, "Oh, why didn't you create a YouTube channel and made a living out of this?" People don't really care, but what people expect from you is that you get a job. So it's not that YouTube is harder than working a normal job, because it isn't. It just feels like there's more resistance because it's not something that people tell you to do, and it's something that you have to figure out by yourself. And the educating system will tell you to go to daddy if you want to do something with your life. You always have like a boss, whether it's your teacher or your actual boss, and they tell you to be docile and submissive and not having the initiative to make your own decisions. And what happens is that when you are conditioned to be like that, you're not gonna think, oh, I'm gonna create my YouTube channel and I'm gonna be an entrepreneur. You're not gonna think that, because that seems you're gonna think, no, that's not me. That is other people's ambition, not mine. When in reality, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, from pursuing that path, but your own mental beliefs. Hey, what's up, Pain? Pain. I wouldn't mind Gaben being my boss. I don't know who that is. I would hate anyone being my boss, because, like, I mean, one thing is having a teacher who teaches you how to do stuff. That is one thing, and that is okay. One thing is having a coach. That's fine. But oh, the guy from Valve. Oh yeah. But it's always better to be your own fucking boss, right? Isn't it? Because having a job, having a boss is like just a person who tells you what to do, and if you don't do it, they're gonna fire your ass. Hey, do this. You're not gonna do it. You're fucked. You're not eating tonight. Why would you voluntarily want to deal with that? Each employee their peer review themselves. Where are you from? I'm from Colombia. Well, I'm actually from Venezuela. The country that's at war with the U.S. right now. Everyone there is already at the peak of their professions. I mean, if you have such freedom in your job, if it's something that you genuinely enjoy, like I don't know, let's say you want to be a doctor or something. Okay, it is you have to go to university. But if like if you enjoy being a doctor more than being an entrepreneur or being a YouTuber or an artist, if you genuinely enjoy being a doctor and you want to save lives, it's like your passion, your purpose. Then okay, fair enough. Go study for it. Deal with your boss. Deal with this because those sufferings. Every career or every path that you choose is going to have a suffering, a unique thing that's going to kind of suck a little bit. So if you choose to be if you choose to be a doctor, there are a lot of things that are going to suck. You're going to have to deal with people watching people die, watching a lot of gnarly stuff and uh, the things that are going to scar your brain for life and desensitize you. If you if you want to be like an artist or a YouTuber, you have to deal with people criticizing you, and also you when you're a doctor, you have to deal with very demanding schedules too. So it's a very demanding job overall. But it's like the same thing I've been telling you here. If you want it bad enough, you're gonna do it no matter what. If you want to be an animator, you have to deal with all the bullshit too. Like every career has its own bullshit um, aspect that you wouldn't really want to go through. Or probably yes, like that's the whole point. That it's like okay, I love this so much that I'm willing to go through this in order to achieve this goal. I'm willing to go through all of the people criticizing my art, criticizing my beliefs. Do you believe art has some degree of objectivity? Yes. I mean, depending on what you mean, I think there are some things like perspective. Perspective is objective. It's something that cannot be changed, and it's something that will objectively improve the quality of your drawings. No matter what people say, oh no, it's not that important. It is important. It is literally the way that you translate a 3D object into a canvas. For example, like that's an objective part of art of drawing. There are some other things that are subjective, like the style. Is it a cartoony style better than a realistic style, or vice versa? Do you watch anime? I currently don't watch any anime. I don't watch Netflix or anything. I literally don't. I don't even go to the cinema anymore. I don't go to the movie theater. But I used to watch like anime when I was younger. Actually, I bought my tablet because I wanted to draw like some anime girls. I always liked that drawing anime girls when I was younger, since when I was a child. I I remember I was just watching tutorials on how to draw cute anime girls on YouTube when I was like 9, and when I was around 12, 13. When I was 13, I was watching this anime called Dragon Maid about lesbian dragons. and I was like, I was watching the anime in the kitchen, and I was like, oh, I wanna draw this frame, this character. So I grabbed like a napkin, and I tried drawing it there because I was like, I don't have a piece of paper right now. I just want to scratch the itch a little bit of drawing once every 2 years or something. But for some reason, I was craving more. I was like, okay, that fucking sucked, but I want to try again. So I grabbed like an actual piece of paper and I sat on my desk and I tried drawing. I tried drawing. And after a few drawings, I was like, okay, this is exciting. But I hate drawing on paper, so I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna buy my graphic digital tablet. So I bought one, and a few weeks later, I was drawing here on my computer, and I was drawing anime girls on my computer. Do you guys want me to show you the anime girls? I don't. I don't really want to show it to you. I don't want to show it to like anyone. It's too embarrassing. But I could make an exception just for you guys. Up to you. What do you mean up to you? You have to say yes or no. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna show you the embarrassing shit I was drawing. I mean, actually, before that, I'm gonna show you the first drawing that I made, like ever. Well, digitally, my first ever digital drawing, which fucking sucks. It was supposed to be a self portrait. I was like, I remember I first got the tablet, which is the same one that I have right now. By the way, I had the tablet and I was like, okay, what do I draw? What do I draw? I don't know what things people draw or what do I want to draw. So I'm just gonna draw myself. I'm gonna draw a self portrait, and that's what I did basically. I found a picture of me that I had on my computer, and I made this ugly drawing here. This is 2021. This was my first ever digital drawing. God, I don't even want to show you my first digital painting. It's even worse. Um, Looking back, I guess it's not extremely terrible, but let's see what else. What else can I show you here? Oops, lower drop. Yeah, we're expanding the lower here of Darth Luigi. Somebody actually told me to draw um, Luigi with a lightsaber, I think, or with like T posing doing some stupid shit. This is I don't want to show this to you. It's really terrible. Okay, I'll do it. This is the first drawing that I ever did. Oh my god! You can see this is from 2021. Jesus. This is from that anime I was talking about earlier. It's nice. The leg is pretty fucked up, as you can see. And this drawing took me like 4 hours. Yeah, it's a dragon maid. This drawing took me like 4 hours because I remember exactly what the thought process behind this was. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a sketch, then I'm gonna do the liner on top, then I'm going to I'm going to put another piece of paper on top, so I do like another layer, and I did like I did the same thing over and over for about 4 times before giving up. And this isn't even like the final um, drawing that I had it in mind. I wanted to do another layer of liner on top, but I ended up saying, okay, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well buy, do it in Photoshop. Buy like a graphic tablet and do it in Photoshop, and that's what I did. I didn't draw a whole lot after this on paper. 4 times, yeah, yeah. I spent a lot of time on this, and you can see here, 2021. This was actually one day before my birthday. I was 13. You still draw with pen and paper? Sometimes. Not a whole lot anymore, though. I'm gonna explain to you why. You know what? I actually lied. I actually lied to you guys. That wasn't the first drawing that I did on paper. I am a disgusting liar. I'm gonna show you the. I'm gonna show you the actual drawing here. Wait. Well, that was the second one. That was I made two before. I did two drawings before buying my tablet. This was the first one. And you know what the funny part is? Do you know what other thing also encouraged me to improve and to actually commit to drawing more? I remember I was hanging out with my Discord friends, the ones I played fucking Fortnite and Call of Duty with, and I showed them this drawing, and they were laughing at me. They were saying shit like, "Oh, it's so ugly, it's terrible. Like I could do better." And I remember being so pissed. I was like, "Fuck you! It's actually looking pretty decent." And they ended up roasting my drawings a lot. So I did it like I kept doing more sketches. So this very like the this drawing you're saying right now, I did like 5 layers of line art after this, trying to like clean it up and refine it so it looked better. But this was the only version I think I have, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep drawing this until they say that the drawing looks good, until they validate me, and they never did, and I was pissed. And what ended up happening, of course, they ended up telling me that they were just fucking around with me. They were just fucking with me, so um, they didn't really think it was that terrible. They were just being mean for no reason. But that kind of lit a fire inside of me, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get revenge. This is my villain arc, like fucking people say on social media, villain arc. Yeah, I don't hate this one. Let's see what other ugly things I can show you guys. Yeah. Ooh, this is so rough. This was a sketch that I did, um, attempting to do a painting. I was planning on painting this, and I tried it. This was I think my first attempt of trying to do like a digital painting, but I ended up saving the sketch because I tried painting it. I don't have the file, but if you can probably imagine, it's just like some ugly flat colors like this, trying to be painterly and everything, but it just sucked. So yeah, I'm not talented. I'm not talented. Hmm. Ooh, this is really terrible. Here's when I was doing a bunch of here I was doing a bunch of anatomy practice. I was going on this website, Sketch Daily. What's it called? Sketch Daily. And I still go to this website every now and then. Can you see though? Can you see that the line had like how ugly the lines are? Can you like if you compare it, for example, to the way that I draw now, you will understand. Your brain will understand that the lines are just harder to look at. They just feel more stiff. They feel more rigid, almost like they can't breathe. Yeah, no, not only the scratchy lines, it's just the whole approach was completely flawed. Because here, you can just tell by looking at this how much I was erasing my lines and control seeing. I was doing this. Okay, okay. I did. Uh, uh, You're not gonna do anything if you keep overthinking everything that you do. If you keep overthinking your lines, and anime girls also um, they never abandoned me. I continued drawing the anime girls. This is the last one I'm gonna show you. I'm going to probably gonna show you guys some more in another live stream or YouTube video. This is also from the same anime, the same stupid anime I was watching. And this drawing in particular was extra special because I remember posting this one on Reddit, and I remember this drawing getting a lot of updates for some reason. A lot of people saw this drawing, and I remember I spent the whole day drawing this, and I was like, "Whoa, people are liking this! What the fuck? People are validating this." It was such a dopamine rush. I never felt so stimulated in my life, and this gave me a lot of motivation to continue drawing. Seeing all the comments of people, and you have to understand. By this point, I had been drawing for a month, less than a month, since I started. Since I like bought my digital tablet. This was probably on like the second week or like the third week. I don't remember. But I remember thinking, I actually colored it. I added some color to this drawing. I'm gonna show that to you too. And I remember thinking, this is so good that I don't even think I'm gonna be able to do anything nearly as good as this ever again. This is the colored version. Yes, I was thinking. Okay, I just peaked at this point. This is my peak. I'm not gonna be able to get to this point ever again. Oh yeah, I was gonna say why uh that's a beginner. Don't be fooled. Like I this was a copy from a frame of the anime, and I remember I spent the entire day refining the whole thing and actually drawing them. And I was copying everything line by line. So trying to feel like I was doing something. But yeah, I do recognize I had a fairly decent progression for a beginner still, but not because I was talented. I was not talented, as you could see by the other ugly drawings, but because I was very passionate. I had a lot of passion for the art. I was doing it for the love of the art, of course, and I was also keep in mind that I wasn't also studying or anything, so I had all the time in the world, just like right now, just like I have now. So I was gonna mention the reason why. Yeah, I don't draw in traditional. I don't draw on, with a paper and pen too much anymore because I have my iPad, so I just bring it. I bring my iPad with me everywhere I go because it's just easier to draw. Well, it's not that it's easier, but it's easier to have the digital file and kind of save that to my computer. And also, I don't know, I just enjoy it. It's more comfortable, and it is more convenient. It is faster. And I used to despise drawing on paper. I used to think that it was very hard. I used to think drawing on paper, drawing on traditional, is way harder than drawing on digital. And if you think that way, that's because you're doing it wrong. It shouldn't be harder on digital and it shouldn't be easy on traditional, or vice versa. And the reason why I thought that it was harder is because I was just copying things. Because at this point, I refused to study perspective. So I was just copying. I was just doing copies of things that I saw from people, from other artists, and from anime. And so I was like, it is harder to draw on traditional because I was also control seeing a lot, and I didn't have any line confidence, and I wasn't able to see things in 3D. So translating that onto a piece of paper was harder, but it should feel the same regardless of the medium that you use. 3D space and perspective is objective. Um, it's not something that's gonna change just because you use another medium. Perspective is as objective as it is in your mind, as it is in the real world, as it is in your digital canvas or your piece of paper. Perspective is going to be objective. You're going to have eye level. You're going to have, these things are not going to change. The only things that are going to change are things that you shouldn't really pay too much attention to, like your line work. You shouldn't overthink your line work. And if you're overthinking your line work, that's why you fuck up your drawings. Yeah. I should have called this live stream 12 hours of rambling, 12 hours of yapping instead of drawing. Oh my god. We're gonna keep drawing. When did you stop thinking with lines though? Uh, Last night. No, literally not so long ago. When I decided to commit to drawing and I started to study perspective. Yeah, basically when I started to study perspective, I used to think perspective is a boring thing. It's just gonna make things more. I thought I didn't want to study perspective because I thought it was like the equivalent of learning guidelines on how to do guidelines like this. When you watch any tutorial on how to draw anime, they always tell you to do this shit. I thought it was like similar. I thought perspective was just a boring fundamental that didn't really matter that much. But I was very wrong. Perspective is not only about vanishing points and foreshortening. That's what I thought, that it was kind of yeah, you can do that without perspective. You can just use your intuition. No, perspective is literally going to reframe your entire mindset when it comes to drawing, and it's going to help you visualize things in 3D space. Otherwise, if you're not able to do that, you are not going to be able to draw things in 3D, and you're not going to be able to visualize them and rotate them, and you're going to struggle a lot. And when I started learning perspective seriously, that's when I started to see the world as shapes instead of lines. Now, drawing is not about lines anymore, it's about boxes and cylinders. Again, the lines just happen to be the vehicle for me to get to that point. I need to study. I need to study clothing folds and everything. Jesus, no, I don't like this. I suck at drawing fucking clothes. I always say the same shit and I never take the time to study clothing. it's easier for me to draw a fully naked body with perfect anatomy than to draw clothing on top of that and conceal the anatomical stuff going on. I mean, I use the anatomy as guidelines, as reference, as points of references for where to draw the other stuff. So it's not hard for me at all. Other way around for me. Yeah, I saw a lot of like I don't want to sound like an asshole or anything, but I saw a lot of beginner artists who they don't know perspective and their drawings look kind of flat, but they draw like a lot of fun characters and they draw a lot of like interesting outfits and everything, and I'm kind of jealous that these people may not know the art fundamentals and everything, but they have they have a lot of sense for fashion, I guess, for cool outfits and cool designs. Ooh. Yeah, folding clothes also, there are a lot of things that you have to keep in mind. Also the materials of the fabric, the folds are going to vary as well. So if the piece of clothing is very thick, you're going to have bigger folds. You're not gonna have as many small wrinkles, but it's gonna be thicker and you're gonna have more straightforward folds, folds and wrinkles. I'm not showing my webcam today though. I didn't have time to shower, so I'm not gonna be a disgusting fucking show you how truly sleep deprived I am. Do you guys watch the last video I posted? Hmm. I haven't really trying to figure out Yeah, I posted a new video yesterday. Well, a few hours ago. I have been trying to. Just gonna do some experiments. Hello, Akesh. 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 I don't know how to pronounce it. I have been having a dilemma with the YouTube videos because I want to integrate them to the channel in a way that feels kind of natural, and that I have a balance in between me being able to actually talk to you and ramble a little bit, and also giving some advice, some actual good advice. So I've had that issue where I had been trying to balance those two aspects of the YouTube channel. So what I did in the last video was having the first half of the video, well, like most of the video basically was just a presentation on the art fundamentals and my take on how to approach art, basically how to approach drawing. And then after that, it's just me rambling for a while, like I'm doing here. The good news is the brush is working nicely now. I literally had to downgrade from Photoshop 2026. I was using Photoshop 2026, because I reinstalled my Windows and I said, I might as well get Photoshop 2026, the last version. And the brushes were kind of weird. They felt kind of weird. Not the brushes themselves, but the way the pen behaved whenever I was drawing. I felt the pen sensitivity very strange, and I wasn't able to fully concentrate. So I ended up switching back to Photoshop 2023, and seems to be working fine now. I'm liking it. Which, by the way, the Photoshop 2026 logo is horrible. It's actually so bad. It's so in shitified. I was also I was also drawing skulls. I was trying to learn or trying to understand more the anatomy of the face and drawing like a human skull. But the shape is really fucking hard to draw. The shape of the skull because of the all the random, especially on like the cheekbone area. Like if you want to simplify it, fair enough, you can do it. It may not be as hard. But if you are actually want to draw, if you actually want to draw the skull in a very accurate way, it's very hard. It's very hard. Let me see if I can remember. So, okay, the cheekbones are like trying to visualize it. Oh my god, I believe it was something like this. Because you have like this crease here. It is annoying as fuck to draw. Not sure if I like this. From what I can recall, because I did study skulls for a while, and I actually took the time to visualize them. This should be fairly accurate. Hopefully, there's no. No, I think this should be lower. The, this is the cheekbone. Yeah, why is the cheekbone so? No, no, this is not the cheekbone. This is the cheekbone, and this is supposed to. Yeah, yeah, this is supposed to be here. I think I need to study this more. Can you draw me a request? Mm, all right, ask away. Let's see if I can do that. I'll try my best. As long as you don't ask me to draw like a furry or anything, all good. Why does this brush behave like this? I don't get it. I'm gonna have to download my brushes again. Uh, fusion of two aliens. Fusion of two aliens. How do you fusion two two aliens? Like the Dragon Ball fusion thing, where it's like they put their fingers together or something, or they just like hug. I don't understand how they fusion. Ben 10 aliens. I don't think that. I don't think that makes it more clear. Oh, like combining two aliens together, like Ben 10 aliens. I used to be a huge Ben 10 fan when I was younger, when I was a kid. I used to own all, like every single alien as a fucking toy. Every single, even the weirdest ones, even like the fucking crab with the brain. I used to have that toy. I remember it always felt funny to touch the fucking brain. It was like rubber. I also had the, I don't know what's called in English. The stone. I used to have this the stone alien thing. I I know the name. I know the name because I played the video game. Gemstone. What was the name of this guy? The alien who shoots like rainbow laser thing. Mm, Predator. I don't think that's the name of the alien. Right, so you said aliens, and I thought the fucking like the big head, skinny, skinny name, skinny like malnourished body, like very slender. Oh, this is from the. No, I don't know this one. This is from the Ben 10, like the this ugly show. I never liked the Omniverse. Ben 10 Omniverse, I think it's called. Yes. I never really liked this show. Xenomorph. I have no clue honestly. Like I stopped watching Ben 10 around when the that show came out. Ben 10 Omniverse. I was like, nah, what is this? This is fucking trash. Give me the OG. Give me the. I used to be fan of the two first like shows. The one where Ben is actually 10 years old. So what aliens are you gonna like draw? Like the fusion. Oh, I used to have a lot of like the watches. I used to have a crappy one that you insert like a disc, like a little disc, like the size of a coin, and it projects like a movie. It was like a mini projector. It was so fucking cool. Yeah, yeah. You let me know. I'll try to do it just for the fun of it. I also used to have one like a watch with a bunch of like silicon aliens, but I don't think I ever understood how that worked. It was Jesus. I should have taken more care of my toys when I was younger. I had all of those cool aliens laying around in my bedroom. Like I wasn't really taking good care of them. Four arms, XLR8. Is that the alien that runs very fast? Yeah, yeah, it is. I actually had this one as a toy. I had both actually. Yeah, I had both. I also had the. I also had the alien that was like a green snot, like the green booger thing. Yeah, yeah. I had most of the fucking aliens. I had four arms too. Hmm. Let's see. Four arms. Hmm. That is a bit of a. Will it fly? What do you mean? Will it fly? I don't think it's gonna fly. It's a bit of a weird combination, though. Like such a skinny alien with a huge guy. Like if you're gonna create like a fusion, you're gonna have to sacrifice something. You're gonna have to sacrifice either the strength of the alien or the speed. And to be honest, I don't think. Well, I don't. I don't think it would be worth to give XLR8 forearms, for example. I think it would be the other way around. This is such a weird combo. What the hell? Yes, we're gonna have to try it out. We're gonna have to attempt it. This may look ugly. I never tried anything like this before. Hmm. Okay, okay. I'm trying to see what would look better. Because for the sake of aesthetic, it would be easier and better if I give XLR8 four arms and call it a day. It would look more aesthetic, but if I do it the other way around, it wouldn't be very functional, I guess. That's right. So this guy has a. I watch this type of art videos in TikTok and YouTube. Yeah, I've seen like fusions of like Pokemon, I think, or like this type of this type of things. I don't know. Okay, this guy has a mask. I'm definitely gonna have to give him the. Mhm. This guy has four eyes. This guy has four eyes and he doesn't have a nose. Mm. I don't like this face, Jesus. No, this looks horrible. This looks so bad. Um, okay. Let's see. Let's see. You always gotta have a thick neck. Okay. Uh, I fucked up this shoulder. Come on. This guy actually plans on doing this daily. Yep. Well, I didn't do the live stream yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time um to stream yesterday because I woke up kind of late and I was like, okay, I'm gonna draw for as long as I can, but I'm not gonna do live stream. Now this guy is telling me to draw Ben 10 aliens. Sure, man. As you guys give me ideas because sometimes I just don't know what the fuck to draw. If not, Jesus, this sounds so horrible. Why is drawing hands from this angle so terrible? Shouldn't be. This guy also has like spikes on his elbow. This hands look so fucking weird. You don't draw with music or background videos? I usually do, but I'm not doing it right now because I'm live streaming. I usually listen to some music. You know, I can draw hands okay, but attaching them to the fucking arm is something I'm still figuring out. Ah, this is so bad. Um, I I like listening to rock. I don't like listening to like very heavy stuff, but I like listening to rock. I've been listening a lot to the Foo Fighters, but you know, I since I just listen to a lot of music. Yeah, I mostly listen to whatever, but mostly rock. I listen to sometimes pop music, like random pop music or something. But I don't like listening to very heavy rock or heavy metal stuff because it is exhausting. It gets a little bit exhausting after a while. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not super like because there's some music I can't stand. As long as it's not something degenerate or something like I like the music that has some good instrumental that has some thought put into it. Bro, what's wrong with these arms? Jesus, come on, you can do this. Let's just pretend these hands look okay, alright? Oh my neighbors, well, not my neighbors, like the people who live on the fucking street 1 kilometer away from my building, are already drunk and playing loud music and singing out loud like stupid music. I hope. You guys can hear it because I can. And that is currently pissing me off a little bit. Yeah. It's not even, well, they're not on the street, on the actual street or like the sidewalk or anything. You might have pictured something like that. They are a bunch of people who have, I think they own like they own like a place. How do I explain this? These people own like a repair, like a car repairing thing, where people like store their cars or something, like they're damaged. I think I really don't know what the fuck that is, but they have like a inside of that place, because they seem to fuck around all the time, and I'm wondering, okay, what do these people work? Do they have a job or something? Like, how do they have the time for being drunk and playing music all the time and just being annoying? And yeah, apparently they own like this place, and it's like a car repair shop area thing. And inside of there, they have like a bar that is like improvised. They have an improvised place where they just drink and play loud music, and that fucking sucks because they don't seem to have any self awareness, or maybe they do and they just don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm pretty much done with this. Thank you. Glad you're liking it. But unfortunately, I'm not gonna render it any further. The request taking art streamer rite of passage. Yep, that's how you know I'm legit. really don't want to even bother trying to do the legs. How would they even? Yeah, so it's like the knees would be bended like this. I don't know how to do that. No wait, it's actually not that hard. I think. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the omniverse version of the XLR8 is kind of different. I don't know. I forgot the Omnitrix on the shoulder. I'm probably gonna take like a pause in a few hours for like going to buy some. Cause I'm going to buy some groceries. It's not like you guys would care because, but by that point you will probably be gone unless you're a crazy fucker like me. But yeah, it's not even because I'm tired. Right now I'm not really tired. To be fair, I have been yapping for longer than I've been drawing. Literally, I've been only doing this for like the fucking 4 hours. Jesus Christ, that is not a lot of drawings for that amount of time. Actually, I have this. Let me see the actual time that I've been drawing. I have this program called Cold Turkey, and it tells me exactly how long I have been drawing. So apparently it doesn't count the time that I've been yapping. So you should tell me the exact number. Photoshop.exe. 3 hours and 25 minutes. Yeah. So I have been drawing for 3 hours and 25 minutes, and the live stream is 3 hours and 52 minutes. So I have been, in fact, drawing. Yesterday I drew for 4 hours, 5 hours basically, 4 hours and 54 minutes. The day before that, I drew for 8 hours and 48 minutes when I did the live stream. But I ended up napping and I ended up yapping a lot, so it was almost like half of the time that I should have drawn for. Hmm. Let's see. I want to practice more drawing faces. It is a little bit embarrassing because I'm not very good at drawing face. Well, I'm not very good at. I mess up a lot. It's not that I'm not good, but I mess up more than usual. But I'm not going to neglect that just because I'm not good. Because just like the quote, if I never practice, I'll never be good. When someone tells you, "Oh, you're not good, you should quit," but if I quit, I'll never be good. So I might as well just practice that because I'm already feeling pretty comfortable with drawing bodies for the most part. It's crazy. It's like I understand anatomy, I can visualize it, I can draw it, but I still don't think I'm very good at manipulating anatomy in the human body. Well, not that I'm not very good, but I still there's still something that needs to be figured out, like smaller details, and I really don't know. I guess I'll never be really good. Like I'll never fully master anatomy, and I'm not saying this in a nihilistic way. I'm saying this because anatomy is so complex that you always have so much to learn that it's like, yeah, it's only going to be like this for a long time. Enjoy drawing a woman. Mm, so yeah, when you're gonna draw the hair, for example, it's just like a 3D shape. It's a 3D shape. You visualize it just wrapping around the head, basically. No, no, I fucked up. You visualize it wrapping like almost like a cylinder, basically. But with, of course, this part is going to be uncovered, depending on how long you want it. It's gonna be the hair like this. And it's like you're able to visualize the 3D volume of the hair without even having the head. without even having to visualize the head. Or yeah, of course, visualizing the head, but it's almost like a separate thing, like a separate object. Any artist you look up to, in drawing or painting? Hmm, I drawing. I remember when I was started digital paint. When I started digital painting, I got a lot of inspiration from. I get a lot of inspiration from cynics, and then I was like, okay. Then I found out about Kim Jong Il and how. Oh yeah, you're basically, you start to see how his art style was very influenced by artists like Kim Jong Il, for example. And then you're like, whoa, that's really cool. Then I started looking more into like, um, Kim Jong Il and this type of more complex and structured type of drawing style, and so far he's been the my biggest influence, I guess. And it's really crazy by, how much just observing, uh, and taking like mental notes and mental screenshots can really help you understand the process of these people. And also because I don't think there's any. I'm probably gonna sound like a douche, but I don't think there are any other artists who are at that level. If you can believe he was so good at what he did that there's no artist who can come close to him. I fucked up the face. I should study faces from reference. I should look up some actual references instead of just winging it so much. I never respect the fucking proportions that I whenever I'm drawing the boxes. I'll be back in a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back, everyone. My mom was just bothering me. She was saying some shit about spending Christmas together or something. Just so annoying. Mom, I'm on a grind. I'm sorry. I'm just like Andrew Tate. Okay, I'm actually a little bit sleep deprived. Turns out sleeping 4 hours a day is not very healthy. To be fair, it is my fault. I'm sleep deprived because I'm an idiot and because I have been wasting time unnecessarily at nighttime. I haven't been disciplined enough to just fucking turn everything off and go to sleep right away. So I go to bed late instead of early as I supposed to. My fucking cat didn't let me sleep. I didn't realize she was inside of my room. So she was trying to. I locked my room and she was trying to go outside. I just closed the door, but of course she couldn't go outside and she wanted to go out. So she was scratching the door, not letting me fucking sleep, and I was a little pissed. Ugh. The neighbors are still playing music. At this point, it's not even the music itself. It is about how dog shit the music is in the first place. It's just trash, like music of grown men crying about how hard life is and about a breakup or something whilst getting drunk. About how they get drunk to forget the woman or something. Jesus Christ, it's pathetic. And it's fucking 9 a.m. You just know they're already drunk. You will see me. You will see me tomorrow early. I'll be up early, um, drawing as well. I'll try to be awakened by try to be awake by 3 a.m. So whilst other people are busy getting drunk and using Christmas as an excuse to be a degenerate, I'll be drawing. And you may be thinking, "Hey, but that doesn't make you a better person just because you're not." relate. I think it does. It objectively makes me a better person. So yeah. Hello, real art. Riley art. Sorry, I forget how to pronounce your name again. Riley art. Ryle. Ry. Oh my god. I'm actually having fun. I'm not burnout or anything. I'm not getting burnout. If you see me tired, it's because I'm tired. I'm just sleep deprived. But I want to keep drawing. Like it is an urge. For me it's an urge as strong as breathing. I said it. I'm very disappointed by all the people who say, "Oh, you're getting burnout." Holy burnout. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my mind. What else can I draw? Uh, Everyone is different. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm always the first one to tell people, hey, if you're not willing to draw for this long, it's probably not for you. It's probably not your thing. You don't want it bad enough, and that's fine. You make this. You may take this as an insult or as a challenge or as just a fact. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not necessarily very passionate about drawing to the point where I want to spend 12 hours a day doing this. Because some people wouldn't enjoy it. I like playing guitar, even though I'm shit at playing guitar. Let's just say that. And well, I wouldn't really play guitar for 12 hours a day because it's not my thing. Well, yes. Honestly, I don't know how long I plan on doing this. Somebody was asking me, "Oh, how long do you plan doing the daily live streams?" Probably gonna be doing this for a season. I know it's not the most sustainable thing ever to do this every day, but again, if people are fine and people already spend a lot of time working a shitty job, scrolling on social media, or wasting their life in any kind of random way, well, why can't I do this? You know? And yeah, that's the other thing. Even if I didn't drew for 12 hours, what else would I do in my daily life? Like my schedule in general is so optimized already for drawing that even if I stop drawing for 12 hours a day and doing these live streams, I literally have nothing else to do. I already like after doing the live stream, I go outside, I go to the gym, I eat clean, I go for a walk, I talk to people, and I still have time to sleep 8 hours a day. Now, I'm already taking care of my health. What else do I need like the extra time for? It's not like I'm not playing guitar. I'm like, okay, I'm going to narrow my focus to only drawing. I'm not gonna start like doing some random shit like, oh, I want to start to play guitar, play piano, play do this other thing. Um, Even painting. It's like all of my time is going into this. I had to sacrifice social media because people say, "Oh, I'm going to social media or I play video games to unwind." That's just bullshit. You're wasting your time. Because even if that's true, even if you scroll on social media 6 hours a day to unwind, there's nothing that that is not getting you towards your goals. So it's completely pointless. It's useless for me. What's your source of income? So right now I'm making some money on YouTube by basically my mentorships. from Patreon, but yeah. So I'm also growing, and I'm also doing this for the sake of the channel, of course, because I'm also turning this into a business, right? So far, I have been making some cash from like the Patreon mentorships, but I that was when the channel was still very painting, focus on painting. So I'm going to switch things a little bit more. I'm going to focus the channel content more on the drawing aspect of things. So I have a more I have a more like specific type of audience who buy my mentorships and everything. So I started a new coaching program that I released yesterday, basically, and that's already I'm an artist, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm posting content, and I'm doing art coaching basically. So I'm trying to make this. Yeah, I'm also making this live stream so you guys know me better, because I want people to relate to me. Like, I don't want to be famous, right? My goal is, even though I'm turning this into a business, my goal is not to be famous. My goal is not to be an influencer. I just want the few people who follow me to relate to me and to filter out my audience so the people can relate to me and actually know me, know who I am. And I can also bring some value to my followers, because I want to give people this knowledge too. So, and at the same time, it's like, okay, you relate to me, you already know me, you know what I do, you know why I do it, you know all the shit that I went through, you know what I'm doing to grow as an artist. And since you can relate to that, you buy my coaching and I help you out in your thing, in your art journey, in your life journey, basically. I help you out. I give you accountability. I give you value. Because I wish I could help every like person who watches these videos to a more specific and concentrated level, right? Help them apply the value into their art, this all of this knowledge. But sometimes it's not possible, you know. There will be some people, that there will be some there are really some things that are a little bit confusing, and this is why I have been focusing on trying to make it as clear as possible, and why I always complain about the fucking YouTubers who are like always giving us like this type of abstract advice, who are only posting like, oh, art tutorials, you gotta study anatomy, you gotta uh, do the Loomis method. They just regurgitate the same shit over and over again, like the most common knowledge there is. And I'm really trying to dig deeper into what's possible, into what's like more like hidden from us. Goodbye. Thank you for passing by. I really appreciate it. Okay, I think I hate saying this, but I think I'm gonna take a little nap. You may give me like 15 minutes. I'll be back, boys. I'm going to the dimension of imagination and dreaming into the current candy dimension. See you guys in 15 minutes. By the way, holy shit, it's been already 5 hours. I can't believe it. It doesn't feel like 5 hours at all. And also, I barely did anything for that amount of time, which is a little disappointing, but Are you guys still here? How many of you are still here? God, I'm fucking tired and I need to go buy the groceries now, but I can't quit. I still need to continue the live stream. It must go on. The show must go on. This was the longest 15-minute nap, was it? Wasn't it? I'm still awake, by the way. Sorry. Um, gonna go buy some groceries. Otherwise, like I have to buy some groceries for today's dinner, for today's Christmas dinner, and I have to do that now. Otherwise, it's gonna be closed by tonight. Not dark chain. As a beginner, should I start with traditional or digital art? Honestly, whatever you have available. Like I started with traditional, then I decided, okay, I'm gonna try digital. You can try both. Whatever calls you more. I would suggest you try both. Digital basically unlocks that's what I like about digital painting, that it unlocks a lot of tools and painting basically. It's really nice. Uh mm, mm, mm. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna leave you with this is what we have been all that I've been doing today, really. Today wasn't a very productive day. It was more of, those days where it's like, I'm gonna show up. I'm just gonna show up and, just for the sake of not neglecting my. Is there zero people on the live stream and I'm talking alone, talking to myself here? Okay, there's four people. It takes a while to update. Does your one-on-one coaching teach measuring and observation? Yes, basically all that has to do with the actual concept of drawing. Everything that is about drawing, I basically create a protocol for you. So it used to be about painting basically. I used to kind of teach painting instead and do the coaching about painting, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna focus it on drawing because naturally that's what I'm currently more focusing on, and because I want to really tackle this. I feel like it's way more complex, way more confusing. So yeah, I basically go over everything. And you know what I think is very valuable about the my new coaching program is how accountable I how much I hold you accountable throughout the entire process, because I basically force you to commit, just like I'm doing here. And well, you can see I'm doing this, so it's like, look, I'm living to my potential right now. I'm not leaving any art gains on the table, and I'm helping you to do the same thing. I'm helping you to achieve the same thing, and at the same time, I give you the actual um, roadmap so you know how to do stuff. Mm, yeah, but if you're interested, well, you can book a call with me. If you're interested in my coaching program. Again, I've done coaching in the past. Yeah, I would prefer digital. I would prefer if we do it in digital, like digitally, because we can draw on the same canvas. This is another thing I like about drawing digitally, that I can have you in the same canvas that I am. We can hop on like this website called Magma, and we can, all of this I'm drawing, we can do it together on the same canvas, and it's really fucking cool. Uh, and you'd be the first person. You'd be the first person I'd be coaching if you buy it. Yeah, no worry. I will take care of that. I will help you with that. It is something, especially if you are starting out. I don't even think you will have to care about that really. It's for the people who already developed the habit after years of relying too much on the shortcuts. That is actually a little bit pernicious. But once once I give you the proper guidance, you don't have to worry about that. You can actually um, see things go swimmingly. I guess I'm just gonna do a little bit more drawing before going to buy the groceries. Anyways, have you watched my other videos though, or are you just finding my channel through this live stream? Because yes, you would be the first person to get my coaching basically. Yeah, I recommend you first watch the other my other videos on drawing. Uh, at least just watch the first my last two or three videos that I have on drawing in perspective and figuring things out. Just so get more familiar with who I am and how the way that I explain things. So my channel used to be more focused on painting, and so was like my mentorship. And yes, yesterday I decided, okay, I'm just gonna focus it on drawing. I started to change the content a little bit more, and yeah, I'm excited to see this take off as well. Mm, I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my hands. All right, I'm back. Yeah, it's so cool. Like I wasn't really expecting so many new people to find me through this type of live streams. I was like, okay, I knew three people were going to watch me because these are very like low dopamine, and it's just like there's nothing particularly exciting going on. It's just me yapping and drawing, doing the grind, what has to be done for 12 hours straight. But it's cool. It's cool that at least this is a nice way of promoting my channel too. I'm gonna continue drawing. I need to warm up again now. Can you explain a bit about your one-to-one coaching tier on Patreon? Did you find my Patreon? Like I'm not gonna use Patreon anymore for like um wait, did you check the description of the live stream? It's just basically yeah, so all the information that I give you about drawing, that all the information that you see me talking about and everything that I do, all the protocol that I use for learning how to draw, I teach you everything basically. And I help you integrate all of this into your own art journey. Because it basically took me years, and I think it's really valuable. It took me years to realize mostly how confusing like going from point A to point B is when it comes to drawing from imagination, which is the main focus, right? The main focus on this drawing protocol is for you to learn how to draw from imagination, how to study things, and how to make drawing or the whole process of drawing so crystal clear that if I tell you, hey, you are going to have the results guaranteed, but you have to wait. You have to wait like a few decades, but the results are going to be there because you already know what to do. Now it's just a matter of time for you to know to develop your skill, right? But once you understand the steps, it's going to be so crystal clear what to do, and you're going to foresee your progress in the future. That you're not really going to have any issues waiting for the results anymore because people are also very impatient and people are like, I want the results quickly. I want the result in 1 week. I want to draw like Kim Jong Un in 1 week. You can't pretend to get such an amount of results, get so improve so fast without putting in the work and without learning how this works first. And what I teach you how it works so you can develop your own learning. Your own learning. Jesus, sorry for the motorcycle. So once you learn how it works and you actually start moving and progressing from the point where you are, and you start seeing progress, that is usually going to take you. That is going to take a while, but at least what I'm taking from the equation is the abstract aspect of drawing, basically on how to progress. All the bullshit that people tell you that you have to do, or that, oh, you know that never really even works. And it's like, okay, you try everything. You have to watch 100 different art tutorials because nothing works. You try this, but it's confusing, and you are just lacking the understanding on how to progress. Like, if there's no objective way of progressing in art. And this is what it all comes down to. I really think there is a somewhat objective way of progressing fast in art. And I tell you to check the other videos, because this is basically what like the introduction, right, to this protocol. So if you can do that, that would be great. And also because, yeah, I make sure to hold you accountable. You are not going to see me talking like this other random artist who tell you, oh, you don't have to put in the work so much. You don't have to draw for so long. You don't have to work so hard. I'm being serious when I tell you that if you are not willing to work hard for this, if you don't want to, become really good and actually see results, don't join the coaching program, because it is a little bit intense. It is for people who want to have some actual um, for people who want to live to their potential when it comes to this, and who are willing to sacrifice. And I want myself to be the biggest living proof of all that I'm preaching. I have been recording so far. I don't think you can see this, but I have been recording so far today for 6.5 hours. The first thing that I do as soon as I wake up, I turn on the live stream and I start drawing. I won't do it yet until I'm ready and have some drawing experience. I mean, that's a bit of a stupid argument, really. I'm the one who's gonna give you like the drawing experience in the first place. I mean, it is fine. Like, again, I recommend you first start watching some of my videos and some of the tutorials and the steps that I'm telling you. But yeah, I mean, the whole point is that you develop the drawing experience from the guidelines that I'm giving you. Because if you start following some random bullshit tutorial that tells you, oh, do the Loomis method, practice anatomy, do this, do that, you're gonna get confused. And here's where most people give up. Here's where most people don't understand. It doesn't just click for them, and they quit. Yeah, yeah, sure. I'm gonna be posting videos daily. Just for the record, I'm going to be posting video classes, or like presentations, if you will, like I've been doing on my channel for a while. So those are some free resources that you can watch in the meantime. In the meantime, And yeah, I don't want to sound arrogant. I know, I know I sound like a piece of shit, but I haven't seen people like what I teach you on my videos and what I teach you on my coaching. I've never seen any artist explain it to you at all. Not even in like the way that I explain things and break them down, but nobody like puts the emphasis. Nobody emphasizes the things that I'm telling you to do. Like ever, I'm yet to find an artist who do that, who does it like that. Yeah, there's a lot of dog shit YouTube videos that is just literally like they're selling you um, you know those really hyper edited type of videos, you know that with the fucking Mr. Beast type of editing. This is why I don't watch like art YouTube anymore, because when I try to find like content of value, you stumble upon those type of videos where everything is like oh hyper edited and you know they're trying to please the algorithm instead of your personal development as an artist, and that fucking sucks. Like that is such a yeah. I completely disconnect from the advice, even if it's somewhat of a good advice that people give. When it's like, no thanks. Is Proco bullshit? I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't watched him a lot. I know he's very like a popular mainstream, and he has been around for a long time. Honestly, I haven't watched like there is something about I couldn't give you like a proper answer, but my personal opinion about artists like Proco or Marco Bucci, in my opinion, right, this is a little bit more personal. I never liked those guys because I don't really feel they're very relatable. It's like those guys, at least for me, right? When I was starting out and I was watching like YouTube videos, those guys, who are sitting in their fancy studio and they're like they're pro artists and they have like 100 cameras all over and they work for Disney. For some reason, I never really, I prefer learning from people who have a similar experience to me. Marketing, yeah, those type of artists, I guess. And I personally never really liked that the type of art style either. So it's like that's another thing why I'm making these live streams, and I'm also trying to talk a lot about my myself, my personal life going on and whatnot. And this may be a little bit um, manipulative, but I'm trying to make myself more relatable. I'm just trying to be more authentic because anytime I see some artist sitting on his fancy studio with a lot of light panels around and like many multiple like different cameras, and he's not even looking at them, and he's just like, "Oh yeah," with the I don't know, with the professional stuff going on. It's like they're I feel like they're trying too hard um, to sell you this image that they are perfect, when in reality, for me, art is more about it's more about it's more tied to my personal development than any other thing, and I prefer someone who yaps about random shit like me, for example, and is very passionate about drawing and has a relatable journey, than some random guy who's like, "Hey, I work for Disney, and I have a fancy studio, and I do this, whatever." And I personally don't like Proco too much. I don't like his art style a lot. I'm not saying he's bad. It's just like it's not my personal taste. It's just something you can identify, or yeah, that your brain just identifies and is able to tell right away. If your brain likes my art or likes my person, you don't have to really analyze it. You don't have to analyze, do I like this person's art? No, it's like instantly, oh, okay, this guy draws, I want to draw like him. But sometimes you just don't connect with a certain type of art style or belief or something. Like if you go to my one of my like latest videos that I uploaded, half of the comments is just people giving me shit because I said I want to draw for 12 hours a day and I want to grind drawing. I want to treat it as like a full-time job. And people were like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. This hidden nerve somewhere inside of my system. I don't want to um I don't like this guy, the way this guy thinks." So I always make an effort to polarize my audience, because there will always be some crazy people who say, "Oh, you draw for 12 hours a day? Well, I draw for 14 hours." So, hell yeah, you should even draw more. Things like that encourage you to be better and to fucking grow, instead of telling you like a fucking pussy to oh no, just scroll on social media and play video games. Life is short. You're very young. Yeah. I'm tired of people just putting on a mask behind the screen. And I'm especially tired of this because I did this myself. And I'm still learning to be more authentic and actually show myself as I am. That's what I want to like people to see. What do I want people to see? I want people to see, hey, I saw this artist. I thought he was really cool. I spent an entire year trying to learn how to draw like this guy. Here's how I did it. Here's what I learned from this. That's it. I don't want like 50-year-old who works at Disney. Hey, here is how you draw, and here's how you can draw lines pretty or whatever. It's particularly hard to find people like that in the art community. So I'm trying to be the one who makes a change. Be the change you want to see in the world. Just an NPC. What is ATP? You're like the second person who comments ATP. I don't know what. Like I'm getting old. Jesus Christ. What is this slang mean? I can't even find it anywhere at this point. Yeah, for example, you mentioned uh, um, have you done Berg drawings digitally? What is that? I don't know what that is. You mean like art drawings? What is that? You mean like this classical drawings type of things? Like I don't know what that is. I just looked up some pictures on Google. I don't know if this is what you mean. I'm gonna show you like some examples because I've done a lot of drawing and painting. Is it something like this? Something like this, or something like yes, something like this. I don't do this anymore, by the way, but they look really cool. Oh wait, I'm not showing you. I'm stupid. This. That's it because I had some other. Uh, please, can I find it? Where is it? Where is it? This like in this charcoal drawing kind of way. You mean like to kind of trying to replicate traditional traditional art, but like digitally like this. Yeah, it looks sick. It looks really cool. I had another one. I think I've actually done a bunch of these in the past. I'm trying to find it. Come on, where are you? Is it this one? Something like this. You know, studies of like statues and everything. I did this digitally, of course, here in Photoshop. And I've also done some actual paintings and like digital paintings. You can see those on my Instagram account. Too lazy to show you here. Yeah, but um, right now I'm more focusing at like my the entire YouTube channel and everything that I'm doing is focused more specifically on drawing from imagination and learning the structure of things and learning how things work to the like the core level. My observation and measuring is so as I could never do those drawings. I mean, if you buy the coaching, I and of course if you're interested in drawing like this, I can help you too. I mean, I guess this counts as drawing. I'm just a little bit fed up of teaching painting. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just like I can't be bothered to teach the same digital painting fundamentals. It feels a little boring at this point. Um, but if you are actually this this drawing here, this drawing here, This drawing is from a video course that I did that you can find on my Discord server. It's completely for free. Do you teach to draw animes as well? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Basically, drawing from imagination is understanding how things work, so you can draw anything you want, basically. But I have been mostly focusing on the structure of the human body because that is like human anatomy is, in my opinion, very important. I'm giving just full priority to this, but it's the same. And like the way that you study the human body is the same way that you study the animal anatomy, you know. And it's also um very similar. The anatomy of a person is somewhat similar to the anatomy of a human. Uh, So sorry, I'm stupid. I'm sleep deprived. The anatomy of a human is very similar to the anatomy of an animal. So if you already know how to draw humans, it's not hard for you to know how to draw animals. Are you actually going to literally draw for 12 hours daily? That's the goal. Yes, that's the goal. Mm, Yeah, I'm also happy that I'm inspiring a lot of people with these live streams. I'm inspiring a lot of people to push themselves a little bit more. Guys, I hate to say this, but I'm gonna have to do a little pause because I haven't bought the groceries, and I'm gonna have to go after like before they close the shop. Unfortunately, I'm probably gonna take like from 10 to 30 minutes, something like that. 30, maybe a little bit more than 30 minutes, which sucks because I'm gonna have to make up for that extra time. No, I can't. I actually can't because YouTube automatically cuts the live stream after the 12-hour mark. Although technically you could live stream for more than 12 hours, it's just not going to be recorded. This is so silly. Drawing this head upside down. Oh my god. I want to draw the hair. Let's see. It's like I can barely draw hair um in a normal angle. No, I can do this. I wonder if YouTube is going to ban me for drawing stupid shit one of these days. Hopefully not. No, I don't think they can. I don't think they can. I don't think they will. Because naturally, when you're studying anatomy, you have to draw a lot of naked people. It's a little hard to study anatomy if every person you're drawing is wearing clothes. One thing that I figured out, or okay, let me tell you the story of the times I tried using guidelines when I was drawing, especially when I was drawing anime, because I started drawing anime, so I was naturally watching tutorials how to draw anime face because I remember I was struggling with drawing the shape of the head a lot, and people were always telling me in those tutorials and those videos, this is something you're gonna see everywhere. Oh, you gotta draw guidelines. You gotta draw guidelines. So, what are the guidelines? Draw a circle, draw this, draw some lines like this, and then you have the face here. You have the proportionate. You have a very proportionate shape of the head, whatever. And the thing is, doing this type of guidelines and doing this type of construction is very pointless if you don't know perspective. This always used to feel so pointless and so annoying to draw, so useless in general, because I didn't know perspective. And I didn't know that I had to learn perspective because nobody was telling me, hey, you gotta learn perspective first. You gotta study perspective for like a year, so then you can actually unlock the power to draw anything. And once I did it, I was able to do it. That is when I started to see progress, and that's when I started to be able to draw things and stop copying stuff. Okay, guys. Any of you want to ask me anything before I fuck off? I'll be back, I promise. Uh, Okay, I'll be back, boys. Hello? Anyone's here? What's up, guys? I'm back. I think I jump scared a few people here who are watching this. It's been 9 hours, so there's still 2 hours left. And ugh, alien. Yeah, it's a Ben 10 alien that somebody asked me to draw. I'm back from buying the groceries. Well, a lot of people watch this so far. That's cool. Sorry for being inactive for so long. Yeah, that's the bad thing about my schedule, I guess. This is why I decided that I'm going to record as early as possible, because if I try doing this after a certain time of the day, it's like, yeah, you eventually have to do stuff. You have to go about your normal life, especially in like this holidays where you're supposed to spend time with your family, not draw for half of your waking hours. But it's fine. You guys are my family. The 7 people who are watching this right now, hopefully, you guys are my family. See what else can I draw here. What else can I draw? Probably should keep practicing faces. Have you guys joined my Discord server? Ah, I'm drinking orange juice and it's very sour. What's up, Felcold? Fail. Facold? I'm blind, I can't read. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm the type of person who is so disconnected from society that I genuinely forgot that it was Christmas. Like a few days ago, I was like, "Oh yeah, Christmas is still in like a month. There's still a month or a few weeks left for Christmas." But we're literally close, like to the end of this year, 2025. I'll do the same thing tomorrow. Hopefully, tomorrow is going to be more productive. I will still try to do as much as I can in the next few hours. So I'm not. I'm gonna try not to lazy out. I actually don't even. I actually don't even eat anything. I literally the first thing I do when I wake up now is turn on the live stream or probably take a shower if I'm going to show my face. But I don't even have breakfast or anything because that gives me a lot of brain fog. I wonder if the people who are here are watching the replay of the live stream or they're actually here listening to me because I spent I went away for too long. I don't know what I was expecting. Hello, Dave. Daver, Dever. What is up? Yeah, to be fair, yeah, to be fair, I took a lot of breaks here. I wasn't really able to draw a lot, even though I have been here for the whole time. I took like an hour long nap because I was a little tired. I was sleep deprived, and I also went outside for another hour and a half to buy some groceries. Thanks. I'm really happy that I'm able to inspire people to. It's not only it's not only for like selfish reasons that I'm doing this. As long as one person is motivated, like from all of this mess, and I can get people to do the same thing and to draw along or anything, like whatever. That's a win for me. 7 hours of drawing. Yeah, I can actually tell you exactly how much I drew today, like the actual drawing time, because I was in idle for some time, but I have this program. It's called Cold Turkey, and this is a website blocker basically. So if you're addicted to Instagram, for example, in your computer, you can block it using this program. But it also tells you what apps or websites, like it tells you like a screen, like your screen time. It's like the screen time app but for your computer, and it's very accurate. So today I'm so far I've been drawing for 5 hours and 20 minutes. So probably not 7 hours. Maybe if I continue drawing for the remaining 2 hours before turning off the live stream, I'm gonna be able to get to like 7. But yeah, 5 hours and 20 minutes of actual drawing time. Hello, Gordon. Gordon. Dude, what's up? What's up with this weird names? No offense. I mean, that's probably your actual name. It's just hard to pronounce. I have cold turkey too. Let me know. I need to use it better. Yeah. So let me show you. Let me actually share you my screen so you can see it. I'm gonna show you my cold turkey. Let me see if I can do that. So you can see how to check the screen time. Okay. Hopefully you can see it here. Let me know if you can. Oh. Animified. Oh, that's so cheesy. What's your end goal for how you want your art to look? I mean, I don't hate the way that my art looks already. I just want to be able to draw with more accuracy. I want to increase the accuracy of my art, my drawings, and get better at drawing anatomy and understanding the anatomy of things. So what I want to improve is mostly what is already in my brain. I want to improve my brain and my understanding for how things work more than my drawings themselves. That is how you actually improve. That is the most effective mindset. Yeah. So as you can see here, you have the cold turkey here, like this tab, this app statistics, and you can just go to like this filter here, search file name, and you go photoshop.exe, and you can see here it tells you exactly how long you've been drawing like this for this time. So December 21, I drew for 40 minutes. December 22, I was live streaming here, so I drew for 8 hours and 48 minutes. And again, this is actual time spent on drawing. Like if right now I don't draw, like the time that I'm not drawing right now is not adding up, it's not counting here. So it's still stuck at 5 hours and 19 minutes. Yesterday it was 4 hours and basically 5 hours. I didn't do any live streaming, so it wasn't that much of a lot of time. 5 hours and 20 minutes so far. Mm, I mean, it depends what you mean with stylized because you, when it comes to drawing, even if you're going to draw stylized characters or objects or anatomy of anything, and when I say anatomy, I don't mean only human anatomy because everything has um, its own anatomy. For example, a horse has its own anatomy. This computer mouse that I'm using right now has its own anatomy. A video game controller has its own anatomy, and it's just knowing as much of this as you can, as humanly possible. And even if you're gonna do stylized stuff, what I'm like the drawings I make are usually very stylized, but they're also realistic. They're also realistic, or probably not realistic, but accurate. They're accurate. The perspective is accurate, and how you increase your accuracy or your realism is by knowing the details, by knowing how things work to the ultimate level, basically. I feel like at least your painting videos lean more realistic. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier because people were asking me about realism, and I was like, I'm gonna show you the painting that I was showing this guy earlier when I started live streaming. This is a painting I did that I never finished it, but would you say that this painting is realistic? Does this look realistic for you? Because it is very low quality. There is literally no facial features, and you can still somehow tell that this is a face. I mean, what do we? How do we measure whether like something is realistic or not? Because if we measure realism using values, for example, this is a very realistic painting, even though it's very low detail and pixelated because I did it in Microsoft Paint, so it looks kind of ugly. It still looks fairly realistic because of the values. But I don't know. Realism, stylization, those are just words. In the end, I just care that my drawings look good, that my paintings look good, look interesting and fun. Yeah, so you see what it is a little bit abstract, the concept of what we perceive as realistic or semi-realistic. Like, what does semi-realistic mean? That the values are semi-realistic, that the values are good but they're not good enough, or that the values are good but the facial features are stylized. You see how it's just semantics. I don't think it's worth like caring too much about that, but regardless. It's nice to watch you. YKU. Thank you. Why are you guys here and not sharing time with your family? Not spending time with your family? What's your excuse? There is nothing happening as of now, so why not? Yeah, I would be spending time with my family right now, but to be honest, normal people will not understand this, and that's fine. But I'm willing to sacrifice even like time with my family for this because this is just that important. And it's like I'm not being like I'm still of course going to spend some time with my family because you know it's also fun time. After I finish the live stream, we're just gonna play some Guitar Hero and do some cooking. So yeah, we still have the night, and hopefully I'll go to bed kind of like early. Hopefully, I don't want to keep sleep depriving myself. Hello, hello, Aus WQPCV. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that even if you have the time to draw a lot like I do, that is not even the hard part. The hard part is to actually do it and not get distracted. Because most people are not even going to admit it, but most people actually have time. People aren't really that busy. Most people, at least. This looks like a penis. This foot. Yeah. There is a quote that I like from Marcus Aurelius that when he said something like, "It's not that we don't have enough time; it's that we waste most of it." It was something like that. It's not that we don't have enough time; it's that we waste a lot of it. And I can tell you from experience because again, I am a high school dropout. I know what it's like to have free time and use it for stupid shit like playing video games for 12 hours a day. I can tell you the more free time that you have, the more difficult it gets to do the good habits. The more difficult it is to do the good habits. Yeah. Why'd you drop out? So I dropped out of high school when I was 12. I was 12 when I dropped out of high school. I'm not even a high school graduate. That's how crazy this gets, you know. I dropped out because I was really bad at school. I was getting bullied a lot, and I said to my parents, "Hey, I want to drop out at least for a year. Like I want to just take a full year off. I want to drop out for an entire year with the idea of coming back eventually, of course." And they eventually agreed, "Okay, let's do it." And it just happened that around that time, 2020, 2019, it was the COVID lockdown and all this stupid bullshit that happened with the coronavirus and everything, with the pandemic. And so because I lived in a very shitty country, the online classes were horrible. They were so painful, so much of a waste of time, and for me it kind of even defeated the purpose of going to school. So we waited. I was like, okay, let's wait. I'm not gonna uh, join any online classes or go to school again to receive this type of shitty education because it is already very um, but it is already shitty, the education system by itself. Now imagine having a lazy teacher who's teaching online, not even teaching, just giving you fucking PDF files and telling you to do this homework. uh, Not worth it. So I never really went back. Yeah, I dropped out of 12. I'm 19 right now, by the way. And eventually, I ended up moving out. I had plans to go back to school, but I eventually said, "Man, I might as well commit to the life that I decided to live, of being a I don't even know at this point. My life is already very unconventional, so I might as well fully embrace that." Yeah, and I ended up wanting to, because even at 12, I still had that feeling that life, because I was imagine me at 12 years old, and I was doing nothing but play video games all day. I felt that there was like a deeper purpose in life, that there was something that I could level up aside from Call of Duty. I felt like there was something more to life, and I tried vaguely doing some sort of self improvement and going for walks early, without my parents really telling me to do anything. It was my own initiative. So I was like, okay, I was going for walks early. I was trying to eat healthy. I was doing exercise. I was stopped. I was stopping to play video games so much because I knew they were kind of unhealthy. So I was like, okay, I usually wake up and play video games. So I'm not going to do that anymore. I I started going outside more. Do you have a brush set for free? Bro, I'm literally using the default Photoshop brushes. Yeah, most people don't have a goal. Most people walk their entire lives without any sort of direction. And that is the easiest way. That is the easiest way of not getting anywhere in life. Yeah. I feel like we all need to have some sort of creative hobby of some sort. Yeah, and even then knowing that there was something else out there, that there was something that that didn't promote, and like this type of at the time I knew there was something else that I could dedicate myself to without it being self-destructive. But for some reason I decided to give in to these bad habits. And I don't blame myself. I don't blame myself because I know why I did it. I know myself enough to be compassionate, because I was really lonely. So I eventually caved, and it took me a long time to get out of that shithole. That bad period of my life. So what ended up happening is that I don't remember when exactly or what caused it, but I started to move slowly more to like just being a degenerate and just being a very unhealthy person. So I would play video games all day. I wouldn't even see the sunlight. I would go to sleep at 6. No, I would go to sleep at 9 a.m. and I would wake up at 6 p.m. and I would only play video games. So my sleeping schedule was fucked up, my relationship with my family was fucked up, and I was barely eating food. Yeah. But it's just having the right mentality. Doing the New Year's resolution thing is bullshit, and it's usually Most people, of course, end up not achieving anything because it's just like a sudden burst, like a very sudden burst of realization that you are not getting anywhere in life, that you're wasting your life, and it's like, okay, 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 I need to do something. Need to do something. But then you realize, oh, but it's hard, and I'm not willing to put in the work enough. It's just this bullshit idea of waiting and waiting until the right time arrives. Yeah, this is the perfect time for fixing my life. Not today. This is the tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I get my own place, is that is when I'm gonna start drawing. Yeah, when I get the perfect setup for drawing, that's when I'm gonna start pursuing my goals. How fuck that is? Like, you can't really pretend. Yeah, I don't really want these people in my life. Fortunately, I hang out with people who are also very ambitious, and that is very contagious. That is also why I'm talking about this so much in my videos, because hopefully I can brainwash some people and actually helping them fix their lives. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Fortnite. Fortnite used to be my game. I never got particularly good at the game, but I I was really obsessed. And I still remember, like, a few years ago, I got my dream computer. I was like, fucking finally, I have the gaming computer that runs every game, and I have the gaming monitor and everything. And that's when it hit me. I need to get my shit together. I can't live like this anymore. I need to man up and actually do the things that nobody wants to do. I don't want to do them, but they have to be done. And that's what I did. I ended up giving away my computer. I gave him to my brother. I gave him my computer, and he still has it though. He is using it for video editing. Mm, yeah. I personally think that you have to go to hell in order to reach heaven. Like, there is a quote from Carl Jung, I think. He said, "For a tree to for wait, I actually have the quote. Let me find it. Where is it? No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." That is the quote. Like, you need to go through hardship. You actually need to fuck up your life in some way if you want to see the contrast and to see what you're capable of. Imagine if you had if you have a very average life, a very nice life, and you never have to face adversity. Then you have no need to improve and better yourself. Then it's just like, yeah, I'm fine. Why would I need to grow a business or improve my health, improve my habits, improve my skills, grow as a person, if I already have a good life? It's so easy to get complacent. Yeah. There was there is a friend. I used to have a one of my Discord friends who I used to play video games with. I used to play a lot of Fortnite with him. He I used to hang out with him every single day on Discord, and we used to play video games. And I remember when I was starting to get into self improvement, I started to get into like the gym, and I started to improve myself. I told him, "Hey, you should join the gym. You should start eating healthy." And we were hopping on calls, and I was helping him. I was giving him advice. And surprisingly, because of course he was a chronically online video gamer like I was, he was my age, but surprisingly he took some action. He actually started going to the gym. He started eating healthy. I told him, "Hey, pursue your fucking goals. Stop wasting your time so much." He liked playing football, so I was like, "Bro, go and play football. Keep practicing. Like, go. That feels so much better than being inside of inside of your home, playing video games all day, mindlessly, like a fucking crackhead. You're not doing anything with your life. You're not gonna look back to that time, especially if you're doing it alone, and be grateful for that. You're just losing yourself." And so he started to take some action, and I was really proud of him until we eventually stopped hanging out because he was like, I'm still playing video games. He started getting complacent. It was like he started getting weak and saying, "No, I still want to play video games. I still have a lot of free time. I want to play video games. I'm still I have school, and after school I don't have anything else to do. So I play 1 hour of video games." Okay. We eventually stopped hanging out. We stopped talking, and I saw him every now and then playing video games like Fortnite, Call of Duty. And sometime after our last call, like 6 months later, he actually called me. So we hadn't talked for 6 months, probably a little more. And he told me, "Hey, I want your help. I want to quit dopamine. I want to like fix my brain and improve myself." And that was unbelievable. I was genuinely so surprised, and I was so proud that he took the initiative to call me and request ask for help. So I told him, "Okay, the first step is to delete fucking Call of Duty," because he was playing Call of Duty. I told him, "Stop playing Call of Duty, delete the game." And he was like, "I don't really want to." We talked for a few days after that, and then we stopped talking. We're no longer talking, so I still have him as a friend on my Discord, and I see him playing every single solitary day. He's still playing Fortnite. He's still playing Call of Duty. He has a gym picture on his Discord profile that he took like 2 years ago, and I was like, Jesus, man, you could have been so great, and you still settle for this. It is even worse wasting yourself when you know the potential that you have, when you know how far you can get, because you have these demons fucking um talking to you, telling you you're wasting yourself, you're wasting yourself. So you can't even enjoy the bad habits anymore because you have your mind telling you that you're not being productive, that you should be doing the right thing, and yet you're still wasting your time. Yeah. Right now I have right now I have friends, fortunately, that I met on a like internet forum of self improvement, which was not very like I live in a very small town in fucking South America, so I wasn't really expecting to find such like-minded people here, and I happened to find a bunch of people who are also like share similar interests and who have like the same mentality, and they keep me accountable, and they actually talk to me like a fucking man, you know. So yeah, it's good to surround yourself with people like this. This is why, you know, at the very least, my grain of help, of improvement for the world is to create this type of content, create this type of videos that at least inspire people, and that again also keeps me accountable. This YouTube channel is like a huge accountability. I don't know. Well, there are a bunch of people here. I guess selling stories is more fun than to listen to than just drawing. What's your art goal? You're like the seventh person who asked me that today. Like who's been like, I don't know why people has been asking me that so much. But yeah, like that's a weird question. Like, what is your art goal? Like to be better at art, to just draw as much as I can, as much as humanly possible, and be a great artist. Yeah. And this has been also very hard for me because we tend to hide ourselves. And this is, I think, one of the reasons why you're not meeting enough people like this in your life. And you know, the reason why I'm saying this is because I have been very guilty of this myself. We tend to put on a mask when we meet someone and act in the way that we think we're going to come off as more likable. You know, I'm going to put on this mask because I think that you're gonna like me better if I put on this mask instead of showing you who I really am. And if you do that, you will never meet people like you. You will never meet people who are in the same frequency as you, which you'd be surprised. It is actually possible to meet people like that, but you have to be honest with yourself and you have to be honest with the world. And I think this has been the most therapeutic thing, exercise for me personally, because with this YouTube channel, like this has forced me to open up. Because what am I gonna do? Am I gonna just tell you lies? Am I gonna just make up a fake story of, oh yeah, so I was running from the police, and then I climbed this building with my bare hands. Like, bro, I'm telling you my story. It may not be as exciting as, I don't know, fighting with a lion or whatever random shit, but it's my story, and it's something that hopefully a lot of people can also relate to. Like you're telling me here, I'm not special. We think that we are very special and we are afraid of talking about certain things like addictions, like loneliness, struggles, insecurities. We think we are the only people who suffer from this. But if you'd be surprised. You find out that, oh, okay, I'm actually not special. People relate to this because we are all lonely, we're all depressed, we all have a lot of insecurities. Most people are addicted to like their phones and feeling empty inside because they don't have a clear purpose. I was thinking of doing a YouTube to keep myself accountable too. Yeah, yeah, do a YouTube, 100% to create a YouTube channel and start uploading videos. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going to be completely transparent. I started to do this because I wanted to make money. I started this YouTube channel because I was like, okay, I want to make some money, but I don't want to work a shitty job. I might as well do YouTube. But even if you're not going to monetize it right away, which I suggest you do, it is an amazing way to just give advice to people when you are someone who is improving himself, like when you're improving your life and you've done progress in stuff. People will look up to you. People will think, oh, this guy is relatable. This guy is just like me, but I want the results that this guy has. I want to get to that point too, and that's when people start to look up to you. Does YouTube even make money? I wouldn't suggest like talking about YouTube. Forget about AdSense and YouTube paying you, because YouTube will pay you some money when one of your videos get viral. Oh, you all right? Fair enough. You get some cash. With it's not a lot. It's good, but it's not a lot. Especially if you're doing very raw, unedited content like I'm doing, you're not gonna get a whole lot of views. But this is quality over quantity. It's not the amount of views that you get, it's the quality of those views. Is that the people who watch you actually relate to you and will look up to you, right? And are willing to pay you for the value, for the value that you provide, for your content, for you, for your personal brand, basically. Yeah, when you are so authentic and when you say stuff, not trying to be likable to everyone, right? Because that is when someone comes off as unauthentic. When you're trying to appeal to everyone and you're saying things like, I don't know, guys, bad people are bad. Um, I think racism is bad. I think bad people. I think criminals should go to jail. I think criminals should not exist because they're bad people. Do you have any hot takes? Do you have any controversial advice or something that most people wouldn't agree on? Because that's what is going to, in a certain way, filter and polarize your audience, and that is good. Uh, I mean, is it to get commissions or display in galleries or work on creative projects like games and movies? I'm guessing you want to be like Kim Jong Un and like be remembered for how skilled you are. Yeah, that fair enough. That is a good question. Yeah, I would like to just be able to draw whatever I want and be like that. People pay me for that. Imagine, and that is only possible through YouTube. This is why I'm focusing so much on growing the YouTube channel, because if I'm growing the YouTube channel and I'm drawing what I want to draw, right? Nobody's forcing me to draw X. I'm drawing. If I want to draw cute girls, I'm gonna draw the girls. If I want to draw horses, if I want to draw I don't know, whatever the fuck, whatever. If I want to draw people killing themselves, people will resonate with that in one way or another, and that is another way of filtering my audience. And I was very insecure about it because, what if people criticize me for what I like drawing? What if people criticize me because I like drawing people farting, or whatever the fuck this is? What if people criticize me for that? And I was like, okay, who cares? There will be some people who will really, really like it. And those people are the ones who are going to pay me for me to teach them how to draw like this. And I don't have to change a thing. I don't have to do commissions for other people. I don't like working for other people. People say, oh, drawing for so long is going to kill your passion for art. No, I can draw for 12 hours a day and be completely happy and have a lot of passion for art. But if I have to draw for someone to make a living, I'm not gonna be happy. I'm gonna be depressed. I might as well just kill art and like Jesus. It is like prostitution. It's literally you are desecrating your own art and your own goals. Oh, I wish I could draw this thing, but I have to draw it for another person so I can eat. What the fuck? I prefer teaching. I think it's even better. It's even more purposeful, and it is possible, of course. Yeah, and it's worth also asking the opposite question: does your audience like you? Do they like you? Do they relate to you? Are they going to buy stuff from you if you are offering like education or something? Do they respect you? Do they open up to you? Because this is what happens. This is crazy. When you start to open up and start telling stories about very personal stuff, other people will like your own audience will comment similar stories or deep have deep conversations with you about things that also happen to them, so they will open up to you as well. And you achieve that type of audience when you are just being yourself. Again, it sounds generic as fuck to just tell you to be yourself. Oh, be yourself. But it's just being authentic. It's just not trying to fake your personality because you think that people expect you to act in a certain way or whatever. People are gonna like you if you join this way. What are you talking about? We're talking about. We're talking about. Yeah, I made you open up. These live streams are actually a tactic, like a psychological tactic to for you guys to relate to to me, to my stories and everything. So I'm forcing you to relate to me by opening up. You have no choice. You have no choice. This is manipulative as fuck, but I'm doing it anyways. We're talking about just cultivating an audience of people who relate to you and just being authentic. in your like when in art and in general. You know, we have our own authentic stories and life experiences, and when we try to conceal that by putting on a mask, people are not going to relate to us, and they're going to think, even unconsciously, that we have a that you have a flat personality. You're a one-dimensional person. It's like, okay, it doesn't even matter if I'm good at art or if I do art tutorials if I'm not a human being. You know, if this is something that happens very often, people forget that the person that you're watching is a human being. People will watch your videos and they will think, oh yeah, it's just a YouTuber, it's just a person behind the screen, whatever. And you know, it takes some time to actually cultivate the type of audience who understand you and can actually relate to you and see you as a person, almost in like this parasocial way, where it's like, okay, yeah, yeah, I feel this connection with this YouTuber, and I have no choice. Like this guy forced me to connect to him by telling stories and just being himself, basically. Yeah, I can draw anatomy pretty good, but that's irrelevant if that is irrelevant for my personal brand. You know, if I just tell you, hey, I can draw anatomy, I'm very good, guys. But like, it's not the same for me to tell you. You're not going to connect in the same way if I tell you, hey guys, look, I'm very good at anatomy, than if I tell you, hey, I used to copy this artist and I used to copy from this anime about lesbian dragons, and my copies were really bad, and I sucked at drawing anatomy because I was just copying the lines instead of understanding how they worked. And now I went through this transformation by following these steps, and now I can draw anatomy properly. You see how contrasting those two people are, those two versions of me are. If I only tell you, hey guys, I know how to draw anatomy, please like the video and subscribe. Smash the like button. I mean, anatomy is important, but as I always say, you have to learn perspective first. Because I tried to learn anatomy, but because I tried learning anatomy without knowing perspective, I was just copying things, and nothing really ended up coming together. Yeah, but when it comes to drawing, this is the whole point that I'm trying to make with the fundamentals, right? The only fundamental that you have to learn is perspective. The rest is just learning anatomy. There's literally nothing else. Literally nothing else. Zero. There's nothing else that you have to learn. It's that simple. Perspective, you learn perspective for a year, 2 years, and then once you know perspective, you start learning anatomy so you can actually understand how what you're doing works because you already have the perspective knowledge. Your brain is already um, understanding how things work. You're really getting into detail. I mean, when you learn perspective, when you learn perspective, you will naturally develop enough intuition to understand organic forms too. That is something that you kind of try to fit into a box, literally. You try to fit organic shapes into boxes and understand the perspective by um, simplifying them in your mind instead. And from that point, it's just that that is both part of learning perspective and also overloading the anatomy practice, because it's like you can't, this is the this mannequins that you always see me drawing. This is level one. This is level one human person, right? So you should be able to draw this. This is the bare minimum. This is like the character. If we're doing the video game analogy, this is the character that you unlock when you successfully master perspective. This is the character that unlocks to you, and now you can draw this guy in any angle that you want without any struggle. Now, the idea is that you keep progressively adding detail onto this guy and making everything more structured by knowing anatomy and actually you know making things a little bit more organic instead of having everything look like a box. You know what happens? Like, of course, I'm simplifying it for the sake of it being easy to understand. But in my in the way that I categorize stuff, for me, observation is part of anatomy, and observation is part of anatomy, and shapes are part of perspective. Because think about it, you can't practice perspective without understanding the shapes. Learning perspective is basically just understanding the shapes, right? Then it covers that branch of the fundamentals. And then you have observation, which is fair enough. We can say it's a separate thing from anatomy, but in the end, it's also linked to anatomy, because when you are practicing anatomy, what you're really doing is understanding, is enhancing your ability, your brain for understanding things better and observing things and retaining that information in your mind. That's what you're practicing for, basically, and it is all part of the same thing. So for me, I think the easy way of simplifying it is just saying, okay, you got perspective and you got anatomy, and observation is part of learning anatomy, and shapes is part of learning perspective. 3D space is also part of learning perspective. What else? Visualization is also part of learning anatomy, because in order to learn anatomy, you need to know how to visualize things and fully. retain that information. Kind of like taking a screenshot in your mind. Yeah, exactly. Observation is the ability to depict something. Yeah, I know I'm just dumbing down things, but you can't do anatomy, or you can't draw from imagination. You can't really understand something if you don't observe it. If you don't have a picture in your mind, you have to unlock and you have to enhance that skill in your mind. Yeah. You should be able to draw in your mind. You should be able to, if you want to draw something, you should be able to draw it in your mind first and then draw it on the canvas. How do you improve observation? You improve observation by really looking at something. But again, you first need to know perspective. I'm going to tell you how to improve your observation skills, but it's not going to do anything if you don't know perspective, all right? Because perspective is what's going to actually help you visualize it better. Weirdly enough, learning perspective is also going to help you visualize things better in your brain, and rotate things in your brain is going to help you 100%. But for the actual observation part of things, for visualizing things, you really have to look at something. You have to look at an object very well. I actually made a full video on this. If you want to watch it, it's the last I posted it yesterday. I recommend you go watch it. And I basically talk about that. I talk about how we don't look at things enough, and we don't make a conscious effort to try to keep that information, store that information in our brain, so we can then recall it, recall those images. Yeah, observation is 100% the foundation of everything. Observation and perspective. Because do you know what the funny part is? You can be good at drawing, and at the same time, you don't even have to draw to be good at drawing. You can know perspective, and you can. So let's imagine this. Imagine I already know perspective, and I'm able to observe things. I don't even need to draw anymore. Well, of course, that's silly. Of course, I need to draw anymore if I want to improve my drawing skills per se. But if I want to improve at knowing what things look like and being able to enhance my observation skills and nourish my brain with new information, with more uh, extending my visual library, I don't have to draw in order to do that. Drawing is going to be helpful for remembering things and repetition, but you can technically draw in your brain and still like just look at an object and store that information and try to understand how things work. Observation will improve as long as you make a conscious effort to improve it. I want you guys to do something right now. I want you to grab something that you have in your desk. So imagine you grab your computer mouse and you start to look at your mouse. You start to look at the object that you have. You can look at the object, and you can literally look at the object for 5 minutes, and you can learn absolutely nothing if you're mindlessly just looking at it. But you can observe the object for 5 minutes, by really, really paying attention to the details, really paying attention to the structure of the mouse, paying attention to visualize your hand on the mouse, you holding the mouse, pressing the buttons, all the how the thing would work and how, well, you get the point. Just really imagine and visualize the mouse and try to understand how it works. You got those two versions of you, the one that is actually observing the thing and the one that's just looking at it, because looking at something does not equal observing something. And of course, like, it's just semantics, but I'm talking about art terminology, so we're all clear. Because when you observe something and you really, really try to, like, just, you can take a mental screenshot, and you don't need to have photographic memory for this, by the way. You can just take a mental screenshot and you can store that information in your mind. And it's not going to be crystal clear. It's going to be like, you may be able to recall 50% of the object. That's why you continue to look at the object 5 minutes later, or the next day you look at the mouse again for another 5 minutes, and then the next day, and the next day, and the next day. And it's the same thing. You gotta repeat this for everything, not only for your computer mouse, but for human anatomy, um, whatever it is that you want to draw. If you want to draw animals, you do this with animals. If you want to draw this, you just blah, blah, blah. Not complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. Hmm. Yeah, it is important to visualize things as boxes, especially when you don't have the capability to fully fully remember the details, or to visualize the details. It is a good thing to do. Yeah. Oh my god. Do you mind if I flood the chat with all of my observations regarding drawing for in the last 4 years? Well, I mean, you can do that if you want. I used to do this. I used to do exactly what you are saying. Yeah. Of course, I don't do that anymore, but that is just a symptom of not knowing perspective. Perspective will unlock drawing from imagination and being able to come up with your own stuff. If you like, the reason why, if you see an artist that is only copying things and he's not able to, yeah, come up with his own ideas, it's just because he doesn't know perspective. That's it. Because when you don't know perspective, only solution, the only reasonable solution is to copy things, because it's like, how else am I gonna draw stuff? This is why I emphasize perspective so much. I do a lot of emphasis on perspective because I used to do this a lot. I used to be like this a lot. Can you guys hear the fireworks? What am I? My computer is lagging a lot. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna be closing a few tabs. Okay, we're good now. It's not hard. It's just boring, and it's the ultimate test for the people who are serious and the people who know, the people who are actually serious about this and who know what to do, who know the whole protocol, the elite knowledge of perspective. Oh my god. Your channel is truly inspiring. Thank you. Whoa, we just reached 25 people. Nice. Let's do a little recap of all the drawings here. I should probably start a new canvas. Yeah, boxes combined, like combining boxes together is actually really fun. It's actually really fun when it clicks for you, when you figure it out. When it's like, okay, 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 now I understand it. Now it all makes sense. You start seeing things as connecting 3D shapes instead of drawing lines. This is the main issue, right? The people who copy directly from mangas or animes or other people, they see drawing as lines. I'm putting lines on a canvas. This is what I'm doing. I'm drawing with lines. I'm materializing the lines. And that is wrong. You're not materializing the lines. You're materializing shapes and you're connecting those shapes together. When you start seeing drawing as shapes instead of lines, that's when the shift starts to take place. Yeah, it becomes intuitive. It eventually becomes a very intuitive thing. Oh my god, what is why is this lagging so much? Yeah, it is fun to also come up with analogies and this type of things. I see. I think of drawing as almost like playing with Legos, where you're just arranging the boxes in a specific way to reveal the scenario, and you are basically just connecting, attaching things together, almost like you're being a 3D printer. Uh, it's nice to talk to someone who shares the same views on art. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Especially when they're so specific and so just nobody talks about this or nobody connects the dots in this specific way, or nobody that I saw personally. I only really know one other guy who thinks like that. Who? I'd like to know. Like, bro, just because I'm a guy behind like the screen and I'm a YouTuber doesn't mean I don't want to, know more people like this. I also want a community. I'm also like an artist, an autist. God, this is really slow. My brush feels like a fucking PowerPoint slideshow. I don't know what to do now. His name is Koji. He's pretty good, especially he's only like 14. Whoa. Jesus. I'm jealous. Oh my god, we're almost at 30 viewers. We're making it. It's actually happening. I'm actually famous now. Whoa. This is horrendous. There are some true art monsters out there. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And I want to be one of those. And we can say, oh, he's very talented. He has photographic memory or whatever bullshit excuse people use for people who are more successful than them. But you know what? I prefer to think that you're in full control of these things. That it's not. This doesn't depend on how much talent you have, and even if it did, I fully think you can make up for the lack of talent with with hard work. Unless you have a shitty computer like me and your brush starts to suddenly lag. Yeah, yeah, bro. Like, look at at the fucking live stream. We've already been doing this for 10 hours. It's been 10 hours and 43 minutes, and I'm still here. I'm absolutely willing to put in the work. Most people are not, and that is a good thing because you have the advantage. It's like, okay, most people are not gonna do this because it's hard. Then you know this is the less transitated path, and you can walk this path knowing that it's basically only you and maybe a few people. Biggie Vodka is another channel that emphasizes learning from your perspective. Yeah, but it's not only. Oops, I accidentally turned off my monitor. Okay. Uh, I know it's obvious, but you like traditional or digital more, and why? Let me actually tell you. I used to not like drawing drawing on traditional because I was really bad at drawing on like a piece of paper. So I would always draw digitally. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that would happen to me? Because I didn't know perspective. Bro, do you understand how it all comes down to fucking perspective? I didn't know perspective. So all that I was doing was copying and focusing on lines. And because I was giving a fuck too much about my lines. Um, and you know, when you draw on traditional, you can't control C your lines, so it was harder. And I was like, nope, traditional is definitely harder. No, it's not. It's literally the same thing. You should not like if you're better drawing in digital than you're drawing in traditional, you're doing something wrong. And if it's the other way around, you're also doing something wrong. You should be equally as good in both. Basically, you should be able to draw the same thing in both without any issues whatsoever. Yeah. And I mean, I still personally prefer drawing digitally, even with what I just told you that it's basically the same thing. Sometimes I draw traditionally, but I still like drawing digitally because it's like faster. It's just more convenient, and because I have my iPad. If I didn't have my iPad with Procreate and these very realistic brushes, I wouldn't I wouldn't really, I wouldn't have any issues drawing traditionally. I was like, oh, okay, I already have a bunch of pens and brush pens, whatever. I think I'm good in both departments, just that my lines are more shaky on digital. That's good, or probably not good. Like, I mean, that's irrelevant. Is what I'm trying to say. I always try to emphasize how unimportant your lines are when it comes to drawing. The lines themselves are not important. You should not. So, this is what I used to do, and this is what most artists do for some reason. Imagine you're going to draw a box, or imagine I tell younger me to draw a box. What would he do? He would do this: make a line, Control Z, make a line, Control Z, make a line, Control Z. Most people just abuse this poor shortcut. So they would Control C until, oh, okay, okay. I finally got the perfect line, the line that I wanted. Okay, now I'm gonna do it again. And you spend more time Control seeing your lines than actually drawing. You should be able to draw a box in perspective without erasing your lines at all. And you shouldn't even care about like whether your lines are pretty or not. That's irrelevant. You should worry about your like the perspective. Your lines are shaky. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If anything, that's gonna make it better. It's gonna make the it's gonna make the drawing more dynamic. You see, I was let me show you my let me show you my background, my computer background. Let me see if I can do that. I don't think I can do that. It is a drawing by Kim Jong-gi, and I put this as my desktop background as a reminder. Let me show it to you. As a reminder that lines don't fucking matter. So, look at this guy. This is my desktop wallpaper. And I personally like this one because, like, you can see that his lines are terrible. His lines are very shaky and ugly, but the drawings look amazing. And you're like, whoa, how does this work? He draws in such a carelessly way where his lines are very shaky and he doesn't really give a fuck. But his drawing still, like the overall compounded final drawing, still makes a lot of sense. So he's like, oh, okay, okay, okay. And I think that that's really cool. because when you spend 4 years developing this habit of erasing your lines so much and thinking that the important things is the important that your lines are so important with when in reality they're not. Your lines are not important as you think. It's just a distraction. Caring about your lines, like doing line art on top, like the line art is bullshit because this is just re-emphasizing the the focus on the lines instead of the shapes. Does it read well as a 3D shape? If the answer is yes, then you're good. If your lines are so fucked up that it doesn't read well like you expect it to, it doesn't read well as like a box or a 3D shape, then you know that you should probably control your lines a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, doing like chicken scratch is not, that is definitely an issue, but that is also just lack of line confidence, and that is why drawing that is not only when I say line confidence, I mean more like the rhythm of like when you're drawing, you have like your own rhythm, and it's like you draw fast enough that you're like, okay, I don't give a fuck too much about the lines, right? I don't give a fuck if the line looks kind of ugly, but you give enough of a fuck that it's not ruining the perspective. You get what I mean? So you're not gonna draw the lines like blisteringly fast like this. Ooh, I'm gonna draw a box. Yeah, I'm drawing the box. This is silly. You don't need to do this because it's not, it doesn't look good, and you also don't want to do it like this. You get what I mean, right? You don't want to do it like this either. Yeah. I mean, I don't think digital is inherently bad. If I had to start over, I would probably do it on digital. I would probably, even though I personally studied perspective, or I did most of my perspective grind on traditional. I remember I would just go to like a cafe and I would draw there, and I would do a bunch of boxes and like vanishing points and in different like eye level and everything. And I would do a lot of studies like this in traditional. But if I had to start over, if I had to tell younger me to do something different, I wouldn't probably change the medium. I think digital is pretty good. It's just the way that you approach it that has to be treated carefully. But I don't think it's inherently good, bad at all. I think it has a very nice style, and yeah, I mean, I like it. And you have the advantage that you can paint as well. You can paint, and it like you don't have to carry like fucking painting supplies around, and it's just very fun. Yeah, yeah, it is bad, but I mean, you can still fuck up, and you can still make a lot of bad decisions if you're drawing untraditional. So whatever. I don't think. Again, I don't. I just don't think it's inherently bad because if I coach a beginner artist and I tell him, hey, do it this way, do not Control C, bro. I literally used to, I have a Bluetooth keyboard, so I literally used to turn it off so I can't Control C. I don't have the even if I have the muscle memory, I can't physically do it. Yeah, because here's the thing: when you abuse these features, like control seeing too much or using the smoothing, you can see here the smoothing. I have it in 0%. Um, you can you will realize that your lines will look extremely stiff and lifeless and rigid and unable to breathe, if that makes sense. Let me show you an example because I have a bunch of drawings like that I did in the past. They're just going to look so undynamic and so ugly. Yeah, this is I think this is a good example. I mean, if you I guess. I mean, if you still don't know what to do, you're gonna fuck up your journey anyways. You're gonna fuck up the steps that you take. This is a drawing that I did in 2021, I think 2022, and you can just see how horrible the lines are. Of course, I even did some line work, some like sketch under it, and you can see how stiff the lines look. They look very straight. Okay, okay, fair enough. They look um, clean, but they look very rigid. So yeah, um, ooh, the fucking fireworks, Jesus Christ! When you just stop caring and trust the process, your lines are going to start to look just better, more dynamic, almost like they're moving. Like the whole drawing just feels more relaxed, easier to look at. You know. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I still Control C every now and then because sometimes I fuck up and sometimes I forget, and it is a bad habit that I still have a lot of the times. I managed to reduce it a lot, so much, and even now I find myself turning off my Bluetooth keyboard so I can, I don't focus on this too much. Okay, so it's been 11 hours. I still have an hour left to draw. Again, I'm treating this as my full time job. Maybe I don't want to draw anymore, but I have to wait until the time's up because that's how it works. This is how you approach your craft as an actual professional. I don't know if you guys have read this book. It's called The Art, The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. It's been like a kind of popular book, I think. And I read it some time ago, like a few months ago. I've been wanting it to read it again. I don't really remember too much of the book, but I remember it was really insightful, and I still remember the um, the feeling. I still remember the feeling and the drive that book left inside of me. My brain purged most of the information. So you didn't like the book, or it was just like you translated into your own craft because mm, yeah I want to read that book again. My friend borrowed the book from me, so I don't have it, and I borrowed the same book from my mother, so it's not even my book. Christ, why is this lagging so much? It's driving me nuts. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna restart Photoshop. I'll do it. It's so annoying to draw like this without like lagging, with the whole thing lagging this much. 6. Mm, 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 mm. I remember the parts where he talks about a muse and how our desire to create is like. Yeah, that's one of the parts I remember the most. Maybe I should read more art books. I mean, I don't think you really need art books. That is an art book, but it's more philosophical than any other thing. It's not like an art book per se. It's not going to tell you to study perspective, but it's more about the struggle of making art and how to actually be good at what you're doing and put in the work. It's like the type of book that I would like. It kind of resonates with the advice that I gave of draw a lot, be great, and focus on improving and making this your main thing. Hopefully, it's not lagging anymore. Mm, was that with this? Oh, I forgot. I'm stupid. I forgot to Jesus, turn it back on. I had to restart Photoshop because it was lagging. And now it's lagging again. Great. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hmm. Yeah, drawing a candle in a chair isn't helpful unless you can't do the same thing from memory. But if you're studying perspective, if this guy is studying perspective, he should be able to do it from memory. Like if the emphasis in this case is on perspective, it should be it should be yeah, I would say yeah. I can draw it from memory. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, it's not also copying just for the sake of copying it. It's you gotta really observe what you're copying. So what I do, by what I think is a really good exercise, if you're going to draw from a reference, draw the thing, but draw it in a different angle. Draw it in a different perspective. Don't draw it like so you make sure that you really understand it. Are you able to detach things from that object? I'm just drawing on top of this shit now. It's annoying to erase this. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's not hard to do that even without looking at a 3D object if you're studying the object the right way. How do you study the object the right way? The first thing that you have to do, even before trying to memorize the details of the object, is to memorize the basic structure. Understand the basic structure, which is basically imagine that object being made out of plastic, and you only have like imagine a Lego shape. That object being just a Lego shape, like a singular Lego shape, where it's just like a shell of the object. I don't know if I'm making sense right now, but you just have to. It's just a matter of visualizing the dimensions of the object and the volume. You know, the density of the object. And yeah, you can also use 3D objects. Like you can go to websites like Sketchfab, for example. That's a good website, and that's going to help you see things in 3D. This is lagging so fucking much. Mm. What is the name of that artist again? The one you told me that also drew like very well. Oh, I never mind. I found it. I'm gonna look up this guy later. Oh, all right. Yeah, what's up, Fleep, Fleepsy? I can go get it if you want. Well, yeah, if you wanna do it, I would appreciate it. Do you have any tips for rendering fire? To be honest, I don't think I've really rendered fire. Fire. I mean, just focusing on the values. Focus on the values, and you are going to have like a very specific pattern of, well, probably not very specific, more like random, but the edges are also very important because the actual texture of the fire is actually very soft. Like the edges are going to be very soft, so everything is going to be airbrush level of blended. But at the same time, you're gonna have some very hard edges on the on like the edges. They're gonna be very jagged. But fire doesn't really have any form, so you can't really render fire. Or well, technically you can render fire, but yeah, just focusing on the value should do the trick. I had to do two illustrations with fires and explosion, smoke. Yeah, man. As long as you focus on the values, you should be fine. I guess it's kind of like drawing clouds. Oh man, my computer is going to explode. How can I make this less laggy? Maybe if I close Discord. I want to kill myself. it this just happened all of a sudden. It wasn't this laggy. The task manager isn't even that like the CPU is at 40%, the memory is at 63. It's not even that it shouldn't be liking that much. And even I restarted Photoshop. That's weird. Maybe it's because of the live stream. Let's see how much the no Edge doesn't tell me how much memory the live stream is consuming. Because yeah, my computer isn't very good. It's like above average laptop. I honestly thought streaming was going to be more resource demanding. Oh, you know what? Yeah, maybe it's because of the canvas size. It is fairly big, I guess. But it's just like stuttering. Whenever I draw a line, it's like stuttering, and that is very distracting. Oh my god, it's like it kind of messes with the pen pressure, so it's not letting me do the lines that I want. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill someone. Not sure about Photoshop. I don't really like on similar canvas. Yeah, me neither. Is it is the first time, and I just reinstalled Windows like a while ago, like yesterday. So I have a fresh Windows install, meaning that the computer should be running faster, but it's not right now. I think I give up. Did you get the driver? Yeah, it was working absolutely fine. Yeah, yesterday and early today. I think I'm gonna have to restart my computer at least after like the stream. I mean, it is somewhat bearable. I can finish the live stream and then do it later, so it's fine. It's fine. 'Cause, 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 'c I'm happy I found your account because I really feel you say stuff that most wishy-washy art accounts don't talk about because they want to regurgitate the same information. Yep. And I used to do this too. Like I like to shit on these art YouTubers, but I used to do this as well. Because look, of course, when you're a content creator, you start to figure out how things work and you're like, okay, let's bro, I want to get views, right? I want to make some money. I want people to look at also to see my advice and to actually help people. But if nobody watches the fucking videos, then what's the point? So you start to get a little bit obsessed on the views and everything. But yeah. No, no, it's fine. I appreciate these comments. It really means a lot because I have been doing a lot of I have been putting a lot of work into like my personal brand. And when I say my personal brand, I mean just being more authentic, right? You know the cringe just be yourself advice. I have been really getting more into that, into like connecting with my speaking what I really think, speaking about what I really feel like, what's really on my mind, and not some what I think people will expect from me. You know, if that makes sense. And I'm also very happy and I'm very grateful that the content that I have been making lately has been helping people, inspiring people, and also pissing a lot of people off. I'm very happy for that too, because if you are not pissing people off with your videos and with your opinions, then you're not being authentic enough. That's the truth. That's the objective truth. You're just being a flat, one dimensional person if you're just saying things like, I think bad people shouldn't be bad. I think criminals should be in jail. You know, you start to say the most cold takes ever, expecting like to be relatable. Oh, whoa, whoa! This guy said that bad people should be in jail. Whoa, whoa, yeah, I relate to this guy. Nobody's gonna say that. Nobody's going to look up to someone who has the most generic, flat personality. Personality. What else can I draw? What they say to you. What do you mean? The negative comments? People were saying because yesterday I made a YouTube video saying, not yesterday, the day before. I was talking about how I want to draw for 12 hours a day and be a great artist. And people started to say, "Oh, you're going to get burnout." Wait, actually, I don't think that that's a good thing. Well, I don't give a fuck. Shut up. I don't give a fuck if you or with the video games and social media. I always say in my videos that these things are huge distractions. And there's always one or two people saying, "Oh, actually, I go on social media. I scroll 6 hours a day on Instagram to unwind and to get some inspiration." So you're wrong and I'm right because yeah, why not? it's a harsh road because the core of art is made from expectations and illusions. I mean, I think the core of art, the true meaning of art is just to find your soul, you know? It's to not having to rely on other people's opinion. Can you make art? Can you draw without other people being on the way, or without your own expectations being on the way? Just a pure flow state and enjoyment for what you're doing, and just being present. I think that's the ultimate fucking goal. I think that's really, really nice. People are afraid of obsession because all the top artists constantly give generic advice talking about having fun and draw 30 minutes a day. I mean, to be fair, this is what I even said on the video, that it is not for everyone. And I'm not saying that this advice can be applied to everyone, because if you're a beginner, or if you are a degenerate and you're like, okay, I'm getting into self-improvement, but I'm struggling with quitting bad habits and I want to get into drawing. I'm not gonna say to a person who is a beginner who's struggling with addictions, I'm not gonna tell that person to, hey, yeah, draw 12 hours a day, bro. No, I'm probably gonna tell you, okay, draw for 10 minutes a day, 15 minutes. Do at least one fucking line every day. Build a habit first. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm certain this is going to be my thing. This is my thing. This is being my thing as we speak. And I love this. I couldn't be happier. This is for me more stimulating than video games, than drugs. I love doing this. Do you recommend beginner artists to go to Drawbox? I don't know what that is. I actually got into your stream YouTube recommended page. That's crazy. I mean, I'm doing these live streams not really expecting that YouTube is going to push it to anyone or anything, but I'm surprised by how many people uh, this is being recommended to. Not even like my followers. Like basically, 1% of the people who are commenting here on the in general on the live chat are my followers, and the rest is just like new people. So that's really nice. That is sick. If you know what isn't practicing what it is, you can compare yourself. Yeah, I mean, in the end, we will end up comparing ourselves anyways. We all know, oh, comparison is the thief of joy. We end up comparing ourselves with other people anyways. I guess it's just doing it in a healthy way. It's like competition, right? In some way. Well, probably not, competition is not the best word, but it's comparing yourself. There are two possible outcomes when you compare yourself to someone. You either get depressed and you feel discouraged because, oh, this person is too good, I'm jealous, or you grab your fucking balls and you think to yourself, okay, I'm motivated, this person is motivating me to be better, to achieve this, to make me believe that this is humanly possible, so I'm gonna do it too, fuck it. That is the healthy comparison in my opinion. So if you're gonna end up comparing yourself to other people anyways, do it in the healthy way, right? Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, again, I'm just a random person. I know for you guys, I'm just a random person behind the screen. But I'm also really passionate about art, and I'm like, Yeah, of course. I also want to meet new people like this. Draw a box is good. It's for exercise, going from boxes and then turn it into harder things like chests and cars. Draw a box. Oh, it's like a program, like a website. I'm gonna check it out. I really don't know. I haven't. I mean, I guess it could help. What you're describing is basically what I do, or the foundation. I mean, it's just a very simplified thing. Of course, you have a bunch of other requisites for being able to do this and things that you have to figure out. But yeah, it's something that you can do, and it's actually a very good way of being able to draw from imagination by turning by creating things from the starting point of a box. Because everything in the end is just boxes, bro. Everything in the end is just um, made out of boxes, or at least for the sake of perspective. A good analogy or a good way to think about it, about things in general. Imagine if you're gonna draw a person. I don't know if you guys played like or if you can visualize like a Minecraft hitbox. Let me see if I can find you like an image. In Minecraft, the video game, you can turn on this option, this setting where you can see the hitbox of the players like this. So you can see the hitbox of the players. Uh, and it's just understanding how these hitboxes work in real life, because these hitboxes are everywhere. Or let me look up something else like hitboxes. I think there's a game called Hitbox, and it has, yeah, it is basically just a bunch of mannequin people. It is a shooter from what I'm seeing here, and it's just basically that. It is understanding how from cubes you can create literally anything. Let me see if I can find another thing. I think the video game analogy for things, especially drawing, is very useful because it can be extrapolated to a lot of things. Does drawing a box teach you anything about avoiding bad habits? You mean avoiding bad art habits, bad drawing habits, or avoiding avoiding like how to quit video games or social media? I don't think boxes teaches you how to quit social media, man. Mm, I guess drawing boxes, as I said previously, teaches you to see the world in boxes instead of lines, in shapes instead of lines, so you can construct things easierly. Oh, you mean draw a box like the website? I'm stupid. You seem like a chill guy. Yeah, I do have a lot of aggressive rants, aggressive um, talk sometimes. That's just my personality, I guess. I mean that's better. I honestly I prefer that you kind of hate me a little bit at some point. That you kind of think, oh man, this guy's a little bit annoying. He's too aggressive, or he's too authentic. You know, I prefer you get overloaded by my authenticity than you get over underwhelmed by how flat my personality is. Which, if you go to my older videos, by the way, you will realize this how hard to watch they are, because it's like you can just tell when someone is hiding himself. Even if the person is showing their face, you can still tell when someone's not being honest, when someone, it just feels like someone is hiding something. Yeah. Yeah, so true. I mean, honestly, it is so uh relevant. It is actually relevant. It is so at the time it seems so relevant for me to not talk about it. So I haven't ate in the entire day. I do a lot of fasting because I feel like eating food, especially eating a lot of junk food, is just going to make your brain worse. And in a nutshell, it's just you eat bad food, food that is bad for you, and that kind of ruins your brain. That makes your brain work slower, and you feel stupider. You feel more lethargic, and then it's like, okay, how are you gonna draw now? You don't have no energy. You don't have no motivation. You have no drive. You have no brain power. I mean, for the people who are optimizing their, their drawing as autistically as I am, it is worth at least knowing that these things affect your, not only your drawings, of course, but your brain. Yeah. I mean, I tell you both. To be fair, I tell you both. I ramble about everything, a little bit of everything. But yeah, fair enough. I should keep the. I'm trying to make the, keep the videos a little bit more focused on a specific thing, whilst also giving you this type of random pieces of information, like mm, things like the carnivore diet, for example. I got so much backlash from saying this, from talking about the carnivore diet, and there were some people saying, actually, as an athlete, as a professional athlete, I don't agree with your advice. As someone who trains 2 times a week, I don't agree with your advice. I don't give a fuck. This is like the objective truth, bro. I've done this for years. I know what I'm talking about. I've studied. I've done my research. The carnivore diet is when you only eat meat and animal based food, and you don't eat any sort of carbohydrates, like processed carbohydrates and bullshit food, fake food, basically. You start eating real food that is not going to make your brain slower. And I'm pretty much doing that because I'm just that focused on improving my my workflow and my performance. Oh, hello, Mark. Merry Christmas, everyone. Hmm. I have 10 minutes left before I go because I'm sheeting my pants right now. I need to take a huge dump. I can barely hold it anymore. It's sliding in between my butt cheeks. You can probably smell it through the screen. And yeah, because also YouTube kind of cuts the video after the 12-hour mark, so it's kind of pointless that that I continue recording. And I also need to take care of my real life. Bet you can't do 5 hands right now. All right, 5 hands. 5 hands. We first need to know the basic structure of a hand without the fingers. And then it's like, okay, if you're struggling to visualize or to understand the. Oh my god, this is still lagging. If you're struggling to understand each like 3D. Like each finger is a 3D form by itself. Simplify it into a big 3D shape by itself. Like that. And that's how you create a hand. You're cheating is a forearm. What do you mean? You need to have the wrist at least, right? Like this. And then you can draw this in any angle. Oh, the fucking lag, Jesus! I wanted to see if you're super competitive and start drawing hands, bro. I am super competitive. Like, I'm gonna draw the hands because we still have 10 minutes left. But I'm gonna tell you, I do have a lot of when I'm on Instagram, for example, and I look at artists that have a similar goal to me, like that have a similar goal and are trying to like I don't know, have a similar style or have similar pursuits as I do. I can't help but feeling a little a little bad if I'm not drawing. It's like, okay, I could be drawing right now and this guy is drawing and he's getting ahead of me, and I don't want like I don't want another artist to be better than me because I was too much of a bitch to not work hard enough, because he worked harder than I did and I didn't. For me, that is unfathomable. That is something I could not, I couldn't live with myself, because that is something I can't control. if I say this on YouTube, I'm gonna get like I'm gonna get criticized a lot, of course, because people are not used to hearing an actual man talk about being competitive. My ego is slightly smaller than that. Nah, yeah, I understand. Like it's just like it's not even because of ego, right? Which a little bit. I'm gonna be honest with you. It is a little bit of ego, but at the same time, it's just a race, or it's um it has more to do with me. It's more about me. It's more about challenging me, myself, constantly, right? And when I see someone else doing the same stuff that I'm doing and being successful at it, it's just like it's just like a reminder for me to lock in. Like that person is not particularly relevant in this hypothetical situation. It's not that I have beef with that specific artist or anything, but it's just that I just want to live to my potential. That's it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is absolutely key. It is important to be delusional as fuck. It is important to be delusional. There is a quote I like. I don't know. I forgot who said it, but it was like the people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who end up doing it. 100% being delusional and brainwashing yourself into thinking that you can achieve something is going to make you achieve it. 100%. It's your belief. It's not an inherent like a talent that you have, that you were born with. It is something that it is the constant brainwashing that's going to make you stand out.